Hey, give me a hell yeah!
Oh, hell yeah.
Hey, this is Smokey Robinson, and it's time to get ready. Football is one of my favorite sports. It always has been. I used to play football in high school, and I've always loved it. And I'm glad that the NFL draft is taking place this year in Detroit, which is my city.
Well, it is draft day.
Wait a minute.
I love everything about this.
Did Chris Tannehill pay for a cameo from Smokey Robinson? Is that an early Chinooka present? Is that what that is?
I don't think so. I assume that is out there in the universe somewhere. We have a very special Chris Tannehill surprise coming up in 10 minutes. God. We will have something to kick off our official draft show at 6 o'clock when Pat Manley will be in. Coach Wanstead will be in after that. We are in Detroit. It is the Parkins and Spiegel draft special right here on The Score.
Dude, game on. Here we are. Remember all those times we talked about what they might do tonight? Now we know, and it's awesome to be here.
It's incredible to be here. We drove to Detroit today just so you get a sense of what's going on. Shane Reardon is in the masses. We will find a report from him in about an hour. Caleb Williams looks very sharp in his suit. That
it was
a very good look.
Little unsettling to watch the video of him in his suit with his lady, who's Danish apparently. I had no idea.
I learned that on the Pivot podcast.
Okay, well there you go.
Yeah.
And to watch you seeing the future franchise quarterback for the Bears walking the red carpet here on draft night.
Yeah, I was like, oh, that's my quarterback. I was like the T.O. meme, except I wasn't crying. That's my quarterback. That's my quarterback.
You'll be crying before the night is done.
If we're all lucky. It's an amazing thing, and draft coverage on The Score is presented by ChevyDriveChicago.com, the number one draft pick, Chevy Silverado, the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears. Apologies to Pete Crow Armstrong that his first home run is being overshadowed because Caleb Williams is about to be a Bear.
Here's the thing, Danny. I'll never forget where I was when I heard about Pete Crow Armstrong's first home run. I was in a parking garage in line under a tent as you, me, and Ryan Porth were waiting to get our credentials for the NFL draft.
What a moment.
It was an incredible moment.
And Diana Rossini is reporting that the Bears are open for business with the 9th overall pick in the draft.
I'm good with that.
Well, we don't know. Are they open for business to move up or down?
I think they would be interested in moving down. You think they'd be interested in moving up?
I think they might be. We'll discuss.
I'm not interested in them moving up. I am interested in them in potentially moving down, and we will discuss that as well.
Yeah, but so the news that is out there now is that Diana Rossini says that the Rams are trying to get into the top 10 for a specific player. There's other conjecture that points that would be for Brock Bowers, that Sean McVay is interested in Bowers. Rossini says it is not for a quarterback that the team is interested in trading into the top 10. The Niners apparently are willing to shop Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk to move up significantly in the draft, and the Bears are apparently taking calls. The Jaguars are taking calls. She is painting a picture of a very active first round that could include the Bears moving at number 9.
Well, it's really interesting because the Rams are there at 19. That would be a long way to go down if you're the Bears at 9. But Brock Bowers, I could see Sean McVay salivating over that. Couldn't you? Everything that we've learned along the way is that Bowers is a very special target that as a tight end can also be a slot receiver essentially and will just absolutely freak out defenses in the right scheme. And so McVay is enamored with that. So we'll figure it out. But you really think it's a possibility of moving up, moving down and getting a really good defensive player while not necessarily adding a wide receiver when you've got Keenan Allen and DJ Moore makes a lot of sense to me. But you think moving up makes sense?
Listen, I think moving down makes more sense. Conventionally, you get more targets, you get more things to throw, more darts to throw at the board. You only have 4 picks this year. He's moved down before. I understand why that is the conventional wisdom. But if he is interested in Rome Odunze or Malik Neighbors, and if the Cardinals pick a receiver at 4, and then either the Chargers or the Giants pick the second receiver at 5 or 6, and it seems like that run on receivers is happening, and he says, I'm willing to trade the Bears' second round pick, which would be their own, next year, and you estimate that they're a playoff team or a 10-win team, so you call that the 50th pick in next year's draft to move up from 9 to 7 to get Rome Odunze or Malik Neighbors. I would be okay with that. In fact, I would celebrate that because that's who I want to come out of this draft with. I want to come out of this draft with a tier 1 premium playmaker for the tier 1 premium quarterback that the Bears are a couple hours away from selecting.
All right, well, we will make sense of all of these conversations, and we'll make sense of all of the draft picks as they happen. Patrick Manley and Dave Wanstead are going to be here at 6 o'clock, and once the draft gets started, you'll be hearing all the picks right here. We are your first screen option.
You need to be getting everyone to X, YouTube, Twitch. Forget the NFL Network. Forget ABC. Forget anything else that's going on. The graphics, the information, it's going to be incredible.
You'll hear Roger Goodell announce every pick, including the Bears.
Yeah, you're going to hear him announce the Bears picks for sure. We'll be doing the analysis of some of the early picks, but then we'll be updating you with what they happen. Then we'll jump back in with the commissioner when it's appropriate. We'll be reporting on the trades. We will have everything for you that you could possibly want. It's going to be a Bears-centered draft experience that is going to be visually incredible that you should be in on.
And we'll also be setting the scene for you in Detroit in only a Parkins and Spiegel mob kind of way.
That's exactly right. Shane Reardon has already put out a fire. Literally.
I didn't see it, so I can't be positive it happened.
But
Ryan Porth saw it, but I don't trust him.
We will tell that story as we go. But I think something that is a very useful exercise is a trip down memory lane to remember specifically how we got here. It's Parkins and Spiegel live from Detroit on The Score.
This is Mark Grody with your draft spotlight on The Score. 4 picks is all the Bears have as of right now, but GM Ryan Poles believes that he has a strong enough team to help mitigate that.
It's going to be hard to make this team now. It's going to be really hard to make this team. That doesn't mean you don't want more shots later, but it doesn't force you to panic about right now with how many picks we have.
2 in the first, a third, and a fourth. This draft spotlight is presented by ChevyDriveChicago.com and the #1 draft pick Chevy Silverado, the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears.
Hey, everybody. Hello. My guy is Caleb Williams, quarterback, USC.
Never heard of him.
He's on the cover of The Beast. So is he the Beast? If you're on the cover, are you the reigning Beast?
Ooh, I can show people.
Yes, Lawrence has printed out the Beast.
It's Caleb Williams.
Hello.
He's your guy.
Caleb Williams is over 6 feet.
Barely.
Yes. He's from Washington, D.C., as we know, 214 pounds. And the top line on his background is he was an only child. Come on now. His strengths.
I'm Prince.
There it is, studs. That's nice.
That was smooth.
That's nice considering what was said on Pablo Torre's podcast.
Smooth. Rare football awareness, impressive pocket mobility, and feel for negotiating the rush to evade defenders in confined spaces. Displays a unique ability to quickly set his base and find his balance from any platform. Passes come buzzing out of his ear with high RPMs. I don't know if that's physically possible. But he can also adjust his arm angles with ease, able to create torque on his throws while flat-footed, delivers both touch and accuracy, regardless if he is making a layered or a drive throw. Uses the entire field and doesn't lean on specific zones. Comfortable delivering the ball before receivers enter their break. Eyes are always up and stay in pass-first mode while scrambling. As his best receivers who know how to get open on scramble drills, his teammates call it baller mode. Didn't throw an interception on 3rd or 4th down at USC out of 199 pass attempts. Should I continue with the strengths?
Keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. Reads pressures well pre-snap and knows how to locate his hot reads. Dynamic with zone read and RPO game. Well-built athlete who runs with toughness and balance as a ball carrier. He grew up playing running back and linebacker and never lost that mentality with the ball in his hands. Averaged 10.1 yards per carry over his career and led USC in rushing touchdowns in each of the past 2 seasons. Emotional competitor and exhibits field general leadership qualities on tape. Highly productive career, accounting for an FBS best 120 touchdowns. Over the last 3 seasons, only 2 other players reached triple digits over that span. Sam Hartman with 116 and Bo Nix with 105. Finished his career 23-10 as a starter, 18-8 at USC, 5-2 at Oklahoma. The Trojans' defense gave up at least 34 points in all 8 losses.
So bad.
43 points per game allowed. The fact that that's listed in his strengths is pretty amusing. All right, those are all there are in this. So his weaknesses.
His shorts today were soaked. I look at his shins, and it's just pouring. I mean, it looks like my window after a rainstorm. And he says it's not a problem on game day.
All right. Holds the ball loose from his body, and ball security is a major concern in the pocket and as a ball carrier. 16 of his 33 career fumbles came in 2023. Guilty of bypassing singles and doubles as he searches for home runs and asks too much of his offensive line. 240 of his dropbacks the last 2 seasons lasted 4+ seconds. Where have I heard that before? Can get stuck on reads too long. And eyes need to become more efficient and manipulative. Pressure will speed up his process and lead to negative results. See the 2023 Notre Dame tape. Partially responsible for being sacked 84 times over the last 3 years, including 35 times in 2023. Hastily abandons his passing mechanics. Occasionally leaves clean pockets in favor of creation mode.
Where have you heard that before?
You know, I read that one too, right?
Yeah.
That was a Who's Your Guy that I read. NFL scouts say it will be important for Caleb to, quote, leave no doubt, end quote, during the interview process.
He apparently did that.
That he is all in on football. NFL scout, quote. This is, raise your eyebrow. He wants to be the Jay-Z of the NFL and a true entrepreneur, and that's great as long as he's winning on the field, end quote.
No, Ray, I have this upside down because these are the weaknesses.
Overall, which way do you do it now?
Oh, wait. Up.
Okay, overall.
Way up.
Williams needs to be more consistent working on schedule from the pocket. But you live with the hiccups because the positives are special with his dynamic passing skills and instinctive ability to create. Though stylistically, he is like a really impressive karaoke style of Patrick Mahomes. He is truly unique as a playmaker.
Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour on The Score is brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
Parkins and Spiegel Show Flashback.
I will definitely be advocating for lose to the Vikings.
Boyle under pressure.
Oh, boy.
And this pass is picked off. Patrick Peterson, 34th interception of his career.
Let's go Texans. Beat those Colts. LGT.
So Houston win and a Bears loss, and Chicago would own the first overall draft pick.
Did you happen to watch a Colts game yesterday?
Longer out of the gun. Looks left. Hangs in the pocket. Fires in the end zone. Wide open. A touchdown. Mully Cox. Colts have the lead. Touchdown. INDY.
There's a real chance. It's like a 38% chance that on Monday morning, the Bears are going to have the #1 pick in the draft.
Will the balloons return to the studio?
All right. Ron, you got an update on the Houston game?
Yeah, Houston had a 4th down and 20 at the Colts' 28-yard line. Empty set for Mills. 5 wide. 3 go right. Rush out of the pocket right side. Now being forced back in. Throws it downfield in the end zone. And it is caught for a touchdown. And that is Jordan Akins. There's a timeout. I guess the question is whether they're going to go for 2 and put everything on the line right now.
Wow. Put it on the line, Lovey.
Lovey wants to catch an early flight here. Texans lose this game. They're guaranteed the #1 overall pick in the draft. Let's see what they do here on the 2-point conversion. Ogunbowale the back to the left. Mills going to throw it. On the 2-point conversion, fires upfield into the end zone, and it's a catch. And Houston now leads at 32-31.
God bless Lovie Smith.
How about that?
I do believe in second chances.
It's not over yet.
If you'll let me finish.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Well, the Colts have one more chance. What do the football guys have in store for us here? Final play. Ellinger buys some time, throws towards the end zone, and it is
knocked away. Yep. The Bears have the #1 pick in the 2023 NFL Draft.
This is the most beautiful sight these eyes have ever
Where
seen.
we are right now, you said #1 overall pick in health. Is that what you said? Yeah, you said it right? Yeah. How about the #2 overall? Could that help? #3, there's a lot of picks that can help. That's how I look at that.
Just when you think you've seen it all.
The NFL Draft
is now officially open. The Chicago Bears are on the clock.
That is a very significant play and moment in Bears history that has led us to today, which hopefully will be the moment that sets up the Bears for the next 20 years of their franchise. That was Tanny's Open after Week 18 of the 2022 season when the Houston Texans, under the guidance of Lovie Smith, improbably beat the Indianapolis Colts, gifting the Bears the number 1 overall pick in the Bryce Young draft, which ended up being traded to the Panthers, who then ended up being the worst team in the NFL, which gave the Bears the rights to Caleb Williams. And that is only the beginning of the story.
What an incredible moment to go back to. I love the thought that you and Tanny had to go back to that. And you hear so many different perspectives in there live on our sister station, WBBM. You heard right there from Tom Thayer and from Ron Gleason and from Jeff Joniak, watching it, processing it with Bears fans in real time. And Lovie Smith with the classic coach speak. What's 1? What's 2? What's 3? In terms
he also
of the
knew
draft
he
pick.
was getting fired.
So it's fascinating because what's the difference? One turned into the Hall from Carolina, including DJ Moore, and the pick, and then we watched all season last season as that pick became number 1. And here we are with an opportunity to draft what is supposed to be this era's version of Andrew Luck or Joe Burrow or Peyton Manning or any number of clear-cut number 1 overall theoretical generational talents that certain franchises are lucky enough to get, and the Bears may be lucky enough to have gotten one.
And that word that you just used, lucky. Bears fans are so cynical. Earned, deserved, the belief that it's never going to go your way. I want to take people back to some of the specifics of what had to happen there, okay? So that game, okay, the Bears lose. Justin Fields doesn't play to the Vikings. Nathan Peterman. The Bears were tanking the whole year. Fine. You need the Texans to beat the Colts. They're down 7 late. Davis Mills orchestrates a 14-play drive.
Well, when you've got Davis Mills, you figure that is inevitable.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
On that drive, he converts a 4th and 10.
To who? Do you have it?
I don't
Come
have
on, Danny.
Hold on. I don't have the 4th and 10, but hold on. In the midst of the 14-play drive, converts a 4th and 10.
Yeah.
Then on the touchdown that you hear there.
Yeah, who was it?
With 50 seconds to go. It's a 4th and 20.
God, it's a 4th and 20.
4th and 20. Hold on. The only 4th and 20 or more play converted in the NFL all year. All season. It was the longest 4th down conversion of the year. It was the only drive in the NFL that year that had 2 conversions of 4th and 10 or more
to Jordan Akins
on the same drive. And Jordan Akins also
beat you to Jordan Akins. I did better research.
No, you didn't. Because Jordan Akins was the guy who caught the 2-point conversion from Davis Mills. So he catches the 4th and 20. He catches the 2-point conversion. They convert a 4th and 10.
Is Jordan not lost on you? The name Jordan and all this?
Good point.
Thank you, Tanny. Thank you very much. Lovie Smith and Jordan.
And Davis for Jody Davis.
And Davis Mills.
Of course.
Get the Bears the number 1 overall pick. And then your general manager,
mine,
pulls off. No, you as in Bears fans.
Oh, I see.
Ryan Poles pulls off the modern day Herschel Walker trade. Trades out of the rights to Bryce Young. Gets the 9th overall pick.
Well, how about this? Hold on. How about this? That David Tepper has to overrule, apparently, Frank Reich and everybody else and say, I want Bryce Young, when Thomas Brown, who's now on the Bears coaching staff, and Frank Reich and everybody apparently wanted C.J. Stroud. So the Panthers had to be that terrible.
Yes. Right. And that is at least in some dispute. Peter King says he doesn't believe that. Other people swear
Tanny,
by it.
I think I nailed it, and I win the research battle again. What are your thoughts?
Fair enough. Then...
Congratulations.
You execute the trade.
Yes.
And you spot the sucker at the table.
Uh-huh.
You trade that pick to Carolina. You get the number 9 pick. You end up trading down one spot, picking up a 4th rounder. You get Darnell Wright. He's all rookie. The 2nd round pick becomes Tyreek Stevenson.
Incredible.
One of the best cornerbacks as a rookie in the league. You get the 1st overall pick this year that becomes Caleb Williams. Well, okay, right, everyone knew Carolina was going to be bad. No. They won 7 games the year before, and they lost 4 games that year by 3 points. They win 1.
We thought it was a great nest that Bryce Young was going into, or at least a decent nest.
Yeah, they ended up trading away McCaffrey, trading away DJ Moore. It was a bad situation, obviously, and it got worse. But
I remember many conversations where we did not think their pick was going to be that good.
No, I mean, they had won 7 games the year before, and they had upgraded at coach and upgraded at quarterback. So it's like, all right, maybe they're a 6 to 8 win team.
And that the 4th rounder that you have made it a little easier for you to trade. I believe it was your own 4th rounder that you traded for Keenan Allen.
Correct.
As well.
So, and you still have the Panthers' 2nd round pick next year.
Amazing.
So a 4th and 10, a 4th and 20, Lovie Smith, Davis Mills, Jordan Akins, the Carolina Panthers being bad, the Carolina Panthers being so bad in 1-score games that they lose them all. You executing that trade this year to this moment to get this quarterback in this draft. It is an unbelievable set of circumstances that has led the Bears to be on the precipice of drafting Caleb Williams.
That's very good stuff. And so not just Lovie Smith to thank, but all of those people, all of those situations, all of that happenstance and good fortune, which Bears fans are not used to claiming and feeling.
And so when people say
it's the Bears.
It's the Bears.
Well, I think Kyle Long spoke eloquently to it in another piece that Tanny had put out there yesterday from a few weeks ago with us when he talked about, like, there is this sense of kinship about, well, our Bears, they never get it right. And a lot of towns, a lot of fandoms do have that. And for the Bears, we unfortunately have that about the most important position in all of team sports.
Correct.
And we have come by that honestly. And even in recent years, watching and living with Cutler for as long as we did, watching the drafting, the growth, and the failure of Mitch, the drafting, the growth, and the decision to move on from Justin, and at least that falling short of what they thought it could be. So it is earned cynicism and pessimism, which are not both necessarily the same thing. But this is a moment where the optimism should at least be on the table for you, because look at how we even got here.
It's an amazing thing that we're in this situation as a collective city and fan base. It really is remarkable. Because you didn't get the number 1 pick from Carolina being bad in a year where Eric Fisher is the number 1 pick in the draft, or even when Myles Garrett is the number 1 pick in the draft. And Myles Garrett is great, and you'd be feeling lucky.
Or Bryce Young.
Yeah. Well,
now you did possibly have C.J. Stroud, but you were not alone in not thinking C.J. Stroud was going to be this.
C.J. Stroud is obviously a guy that you'd love to have be the Bears quarterback, but at the time of the draft, it was a debate.
C.J. Stroud it has broken the testing conversation, because the test that he failed,
the
S2 test that he failed, is supposed to be the thing that tells you whether somebody's going to panic, and he did not do well on that, and then was brilliant.
Right, but even so, like that component of it is there's a certain amount of luck that goes into it. Oh, there was a debate on the 2 quarterbacks. Some teams like Stroud, some teams like Bryce Young. This is
a no-brainer.
A no-brainer. And it's been a no-brainer since the minute the Bears got the number 1 pick in Week 17. It's been a no-brainer for that. I know not, and I'm not even trying to restart that whole debate.
Oh, no.
But I mean, in league circles,
yes,
it has been a no-brainer since the moment they lost that game in Week 17 and locked up the number 1 pick.
Well, it's been interesting because Kaylin Kaler was on the station earlier today, and she had a thread yesterday on Twitter about how unique it was that in this process, Caleb Williams made 1 visit and that the Bears brought in 1 quarterback. That even though it seems like the biggest no-brainer in the history of mankind to a lot of people, this is unprecedented in NFL draft history. Even just going back to last year or whenever, and even going back to the last time we had a presumptive number 1, it was Burrow. So there are
Trevor Lawrence.
Trevor. Sorry, so Trevor did make a few more visits as well.
Trevor Lawrence.
So both Trevor and Burrow made multiple visits, and both of those teams brought in multiple quarterbacks. The Bears did not. But they did look around. They dug into the personal, and they found teammates that loved him. They found a support system that has his back. They found a guy who loves football and works his ass off to be great at it. And as we have learned, and we'll learn more, this is a very intelligent, polished, smart, confident young person. This is a different person than Justin Fields. It's a different person than Mitch Trubisky. It's a different person than Jay Cutler. It's a different person than we've probably ever had here in terms of someone who has been great, truly great at the college level. In his down year, the offense was incredible. In the down year for USC, it was still great. And what's the touchdown to interception ratio?
In the red zone, 46-1.
46-1.
Yeah.
And so you've got a guy who has been truly great and knows it and wants to be even better, wants to be one of the greatest of all time and believes he can be there. And there's stuff on tape and there's stuff in the meeting rooms that makes others and people who know way more than all of us believe that he can be.
So I hope people are willing to – you've been burned before. You've been burned by the second pick in the draft in the year where there was Mahomes. You were burned when you fell for Justin Fields. What are you giggling at?
A texter says, guys, thanks for explaining why God wants a new stadium on the lakefront.
Yeah. Honestly, like I said yesterday.
So God's like, look at all this that happened. It's perfect timing for the Bears and their fans. That's why. So God's a quarterback. It makes all the sense in the world now.
It makes perfect sense. That's what I said. If they would have gotten up there and had a pastor lead a prayer thanking God for the Bears getting the opportunity to draft Caleb Williams, I'd be like, kind of offensive, but I get it. But a building and public taxpayer dollars? No. That's why there should be a statue of Lovie Smith.
Yeah, well, but clearly David Mills and Jordan Atkins, I thought it was Akins. Either way,
it doesn't matter.
It really doesn't. But they should be.
The point is that it's a guy like that.
Yes, like you know how the Harry Carey statue looks like it has like the denizens of hell around his legs that are climbing up out of it. We need Davis Mills and Jordan Akins and David Tepper and like everybody else who played a role in this thing. They all need to be down there at the feet of Lovie Smith.
A 4th and 10 and a 4th and 20 on the same drive, and then a 2-point conversion by Davis Mills is what got the Bears the number 1 pick that then set another 100 things in motion that had to break their way for them to have the rights for us to be here in Detroit.
Oh, my God. It's so amazing.
That is so ridiculous.
Yeah,
that is so ridiculous because if it wasn't – if Carolina wins one of those 3-point losses and the Bears end up with the 2nd pick in the draft, right, we are in the situation of like, is it Jaden Daniels? Is it Drake May?
Right.
Is it J.J. McCarthy?
Dude.
Here's the thing I know about those 3 guys. At least one of them is going to be a bust, and that would have probably been the one the Bears drafted.
Well, I mean, we've seen
this guy's not going to be a bust.
We have seen that. We have seen a Bears brass choose the wrong guy and decide on the wrong guy. This one, there was really no decision to make. It's amazing. It's sitting next to folks broadcasting from Washington, talking to folks broadcasting from Boston here on Odyssey's little mini radio row in Detroit, which is absolutely awesome over here, by the way. It's a great idea by our corporate overlords, Odyssey, and we hope that these kind of things happen at multiple events because we're all here together getting a chance to talk. The New England guys are like, yeah, probably Drake May. I don't know. I hope it's good. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, Washington guys are like, well, yeah, I mean, it should be Jaden Daniels.
But we're debating.
We're debating.
We don't really know.
They're debating still.
Yeah.
And while it maybe has made for a more challenging polls position at times because
we
there is
nailed it.
I feel good about it. But there has been no such decision. And I reminded myself today of some of just stripping away the noise and then the analysis of the noise and the analysis of the analysis of the noise and just watching that dude play football some more today. Oh, boy.
Dude, I watch highlights of him literally every day.
Danny, I watch
I watch a highlight. Like, my algorithm has figured it out. I like Sidney Sweeney and Caleb Williams. Like my algorithm knows what I like.
Just in case there's anyone still out there who's doubting or like hasn't watched enough or a ton or maybe or whatever, saw some bad. You're going to love the way the dude plays quarterback. The way that this dude plays it. Like, you are going to love it. He moves beautifully in the pocket, outside the pocket. His eyes are always downfield looking to make a play. His torso is in position to make a good throw at all times. You know how Steph Curry doesn't need his whole body pointed to the basket to make a 3?
Yeah.
He just has mastered the art of having his torso and his arms in the right way. Watch this dude run and get ready to throw the football, and then he does, with a split second, the quickest release you've seen of somebody on the move ever as a Bears quarterback from any platform, any body position, with accuracy and confidence. It is incredible to watch, and we're going to get to see that. And the first few times you see that, you're going to be like, oh, I get it now. Well, I get it. He loves Aaron Rodgers, and he plays like Aaron Rodgers.
That's what I was going to say.
Doesn't he?
He literally has mimicked his game after Aaron Rodgers. The only thing that Bears fans might not like about him is that I think it's minus money tonight that he'll get asked that question as a Bear, and he won't shy away from it because he doesn't shy away from who he is. He'll say his favorite player is Aaron Rodgers. He modeled his game after him. He wants to win more Super Bowls than Brady.
Yeah.
He watches video of Mahomes and tries to incorporate it into his game. But when all those years of Aaron Rodgers owning the Bears and us talking about, God, he's so damn good, I almost kind of have to respect it, but I hate him. That's what this is going to be.
Yeah, you'll see it. You'll see it in the way that he bounces on his feet. You'll see it in even the way that now he holds the ball, because Rodgers changed where he holds the ball through the years, and Caleb has changed as he's done it. So he's not going to be Aaron Rodgers off the field, and he's not going to be a Packer. But if he plays like Aaron Rodgers and thinks the game like Aaron Rodgers, sign me the F up. As a starting point, it's like Kobe watching Jordan, and then Kobe becomes himself over his own career. We're going to get to watch this kid hopefully become himself.
Oh, I'm so excited. It's finally here. It's finally here. The Bears are finally going to have a franchise quarterback, and he's going to be here for 15 years.
Shut up already.
What do you mean?
Scare me. It's too much. You're zooming out
You just
too
did
far.
Aaron Rodgers, Michael Jordan, and I go 15
said
years.
if, but I'm saying if,
No,
and I'm saying
not-
hoping. You're like speaking
loser.
with an arrogance
Coward.
and a confidence.
Coward.
You're putting it out there.
That's cowardly.
You're-
Wish you. Wait. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Hold on a second.
What?
Caleb Williams says the goal is 8 Super Bowls.
Yeah, good for
And
him.
I'm going to jinx it by saying that I think he's going to be here 15 years.
You don't have the power that Caleb Williams has over his life.
Maybe Caleb Williams doesn't have the power that I have.
No,
if you
no.
believe that I could actually mush him.
You are prognosticating his life. And saying with assurance that his life is going to be what it is. And it freaks all of us out.
Here's what I'm saying. He's not going to win more Super Bowls than Tom Brady, but he's going to win more Super Bowls than I've ever seen the Bears win in my lifetime. That's what I'm going to say.
Oh, yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah, start low. Start low.
I think he's going to win more than 0, fewer than 7
Uh-huh.
as the quarterback of the Chicago Bears. Anyone got a problem with that?
What if we include the day that you were conceived
That
by
would
your
be
parents?
one. He'd be tied. I said,
If we're including that day, if we're going back that far, which I think is only fair and sensible, scientifically.
Then I'll take the over. Then I'll take Caleb Williams -1 Super Bowls won as Bears quarterback than I have technically already been a part of in my life.
For anybody who might not know, it was a hell of a halftime show at Danny's Bears house that day.
Yeah, I wasn't going to bring it up, Danny. I wasn't going to bring it up.
Speaks on today of all days.
I know, but it's all connected. Tanny, maybe this is why our boy has the absurd assurance he does when he gets this excited. It's one thing to get excited. It's one thing to mush our next 15 years as a collective.
This is unmushable. It's unmushable.
Wow.
Dude, the situation, he's too talented and the situation is too good.
The unmushable Caleb Williams.
It is
coming soon to CBS Tuesday nights.
It is unmushable. He might underperform to his expectations. But
This guy Williams.
But this guy Williams
This guy Williams
is not going to bust. Bust is off the table.
Oh,
it is.
No, what did we do?
Dude, it's off the table.
Oh, no.
Shriffen, save us.
I'm not afraid of that. There has never been a quarterback as talented as him in my lifetime that has busted, and there's never been a quarterback as good as him in my lifetime walking into this situation. You put those two things together, his floor is Dak Prescott or Russell Wilson.
Well,
that is his floor.
Can I take us back to the moment? And the moment tells us this. It's also been reported, is this Diana Rossini who reported it, Tanny? that Caleb has been working on Shane Waldron-specific route tree stuff.
Yes.
So this is how far along he is.
That was Kalen Kaler earlier today.
Oh, Kalen Kaler, thank you. Kalen Kaler earlier reported it. That's excellent. Caleb's been working on Shane Waldron-specific route tree stuff. The install of the offense has begun. Tell you what, this morning...
It's practically his second year in the league already with how long he's been a Bear.
This morning, when Mike Mulligan asked Kevin Warren in studio, which was a great listen today, and then they had the Arlington Heights mayor, incredible radio.
I don't want to talk about those losers.
Hold on. When Mike Mulligan asked Kevin Warren, have you guys already signed Caleb Williams? All it got was like a friendly chuckle. It was not an absurd question.
No,
it was not at all absurd that they might have already signed the number 1 draft pick.
Other than Caleb doesn't have an agent, and there's definitely going to be something with that is going to be a news story for a little while.
It was only like a 35% absurd question.
Yeah.
No.
Those guys
you know what I mean? But
those guys did a killer job this morning.
Job.
I just have I think it's joyless on a random Tuesday.
Yes. That's why you were praying for God this morning that we didn't talk about.
I have less than 0% interest in talking about taxpayer dollars for a domed stadium that won't be built for a minimum of 5 years on Caleb Williams Day.
Texter says it's as if Danny is trying to create the mush audio for Danny's Open 5 years from now.
No, it's not. It's going to be fine.
Playing the long game.
Why Detroit is special for this occasion?
We'll build
trade up.
restrooms.
That can be played at any moment. The case to trade up, the case to trade down. We are off and running for about 4+, probably about 5.5 hours, who knows, until the Bears make that second pick. It's Parkins and Spiegel, our draft special, live from Detroit on The Score.
We're closing in on the NFL Draft with the Bears holding the number 1 overall pick.
Will Caleb Williams finally be the franchise quarterback that Bears fans have been waiting for all these decades?
And now a touchdown throw. 4th touchdown throw for Caleb Williams. What a display.
And what will the Bears decide to do with the number 9 overall pick?
Into traffic with Lincoln. Oh, Doomsday, what a reaction.
Keep listening to The Score's team of draft experts leading up to tonight and throughout draft weekend.
When it comes to a draft like this, Chicago knows where to go.
Only Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Draft coverage on The Score is presented by ChevyDriveChicago.com and the number 1 draft pick, Chevy Silverado, the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears.
Let's go to Dan in Deerfield. Dan, who's your guy?
Hey, Lawrence. Hey, Lila. Big fan. My guy is Georgia tight end Brock Bowers.
Go back to cooking for the Seder, Bernstein. Just Bye.
Oh, my God. I should have known.
Yes.
I should have known when I saw Brock Bowers on the screen.
It's still pretty good. All right, well, Dan has asked, and we will deliver. Brock Bowers, 6'3", 243 pounds. Strengths.
He's a guy you really like to like.
Special athlete for his size. Opens his stride and reaches top speed in a blink. Sets up routes with stems, head nods, and sharp footwork, which allows him to accelerate in and out of breaks. Above average ball skills, catching the ball well outside of his frame. That's pretty cool. Diverse route runner and can be flexed across the formation. Defense gravitates towards him, creating decoy situations to open windows for other targets. Has the speed to execute jet sweeps, rushing yards, and 5 rushing touchdowns in his career. He averaged 18.3 rushing yards, 5 rushing touchdowns last year. Physical potential blocker to reach, seal, and keep his man occupied.
Heyo.
Weaknesses.
He's a little chunky, and he's a really good athlete.
Doesn't have desired tight end size for inline work. Often offers some growth potential, but will likely be under 245 pounds for his NFL career. Doesn't have ideal length or overwhelming power to easily uncoil versus NFL defensive ends as an attached blocker. Rangy move blocker, but can do a better job of breaking down in space. Overall, Bowers is an explosive pass catcher who creates mismatches all over the field with speed, ball skills, and competitive edge. He has NFL star potential in the mold of George Kittle. If he lands with a play caller prepared to feature his unique and versatile talent. That is Brock Bowers, and that was Dan Bernstein who had called.
Score.
Hey, Tom, you're up early?
Well, it is draft day. How you doing?
Well, I'm great. I'm having a great day. How about you?
Well, I'm sitting here eating my pancakes, thinking about moving number one.
Happy draft day. It's the Parkins Spiegel draft special. Tell a friend, watch us on X and YouTube and Twitch, the Odyssey app, the Score. We're good enough to be your first screen. We'll settle for your second screen option tonight. Draft coverage on the Score presented by ChevyDriveChicago.com and the number one draft pick, Chevy Silverado, the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears. We'll have a report from whatever Shane Reardon has seen in the madness in about 10 minutes or so.
Good. It's pretty awesome to be here in Detroit. I was reading today, Danny, that in 2006 when they hosted a Super Bowl here, they had to do some staging downtown to help it look presentable, including they hired people like from realtor agencies and interior designers to furnish unfurnished buildings downtown. That's how rundown Detroit downtown was. That is not the case anymore. It's pretty cool to be here in a revitalized downtown. And it is happening, man. Shane's been here before a couple times, many times, and showed us like this little alley where a whole bunch of bars are really cool. And just everywhere you walk, people in football jerseys, people, I think a picture like Texans, man. I don't know who the hell he is. You said it feels like Times Square has now come to meet the NFL draft by design. This is what the NFL has wanted. This is the 9th year they've been on the road. The first was Chicago in 2015. This is the 9th one, and Detroit is getting the benefit. And this town is Lions crazy, too. Everywhere you look, there's banners. You see the one from Traverse City saying, "You deserve a vacation, Lions. Come hang out in Traverse City where the pit spitters are." Tanny,
No. Traverse City doesn't need to do that. We don't need more people up there.
Well, they want
Tanny's hidden gem.
They don't need to advertise, by the way.
They want Jahmyr Gibbs to go and have a great month in Traverse City on vacation. But this town is excited, and it's representing very well.
No, it looks great. They've done a great job. We'll see what it's like in Green Bay, Wisconsin next year to see if they can handle it and how many people are going to get there.
Will we?
Will we? On TV. I mean, why would I go when the Bears have the 32nd pick in the draft? You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, cool, they drafted a guard.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm going to tell you how to exactly. I'm going to tell you how they're going to get there, by the way, to that 32nd pick in the draft. It's not taking a wide receiver in round 1.
Okay.
Not taking a wide receiver at 9.
Okay.
If I'm to ask you next year, is your winning window, is the beginning of your winning window.
Yeah.
Because would you agree that next year should be year 1 of your winning window?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, the Texans just made the playoffs with a rookie quarterback.
And won a playoff game.
Yeah, they are set up with a nest where he can go in. You have 2,000-yard veteran receivers.
Yeah.
You have 2 veteran tight ends who can both catch the ball. You have a running
Gerald
back.
Everett's fine, but yeah,
okay.
but he's a serviceable NFL player. Yes.
Absolutely. Cole Kmet is a
Cole
good,
Kmet is good. He's a
solid receiving tight end.
He's a top 10 tight end. Yes.
You have a big time free agent running back that you want to work into your passing game as well.
Yeah.
You do need additional wide receivers. Tyler Scott is nothing special. There's just about nobody else. Maybe Velus Jones Jr. is going to make the team as a kick returner, but you do need a wide receiver. But I don't think you need to use an asset this high up in this draft on a wide receiver when you are looking at a winning window that begins next year. You've got all those things already. You trade down from 9. If
Odunze's there at 9, you're trading down?
I do. I am.
That's ridiculous.
I am. If Odunze's there at 9, I'm trading down. You're not going to use him that much. And you're one of a winning window, Danny. And the wide receiver class is incredibly deep, and it's going to be deep again next year. You know it. Every year the wide receiver class is incredibly deep.
Wait a minute.
But you'll get a wide receiver later in this draft. But if they trade down to like 14 or 15 and they get the best defensive player, the one that they want, if they have 3 or 4 that they want, or if they decide they're going to trade down there or a little further and they love Adonai Mitchell or they love Xavier Worthy or Leggett or any of these people, Jalen Polk, whoever they've decided on, I trust Ryan Poles.
I trust Ryan Poles, too. To be clear, today is about the Bears getting Caleb Williams. The 9th pick is a huge 1B story, but I'm not going to be mad. I'm
not going to be mad if they take Rome Odunze. I'm not going to be mad.
Ryan Poles deserves the benefit of the doubt to see the architecture, the building of this team through as the architect that's gotten them to this point. So trading down and taking a defensive player would be the closest thing I could probably get to getting mad. But I understand the argument of an impact defensive player to be the finishing piece to hopefully make this a top 5 defense. I wouldn't like it because they've invested so much in the defense already, including a defensive head coach. But to me, what if Keenan Allen gets hurt? Now what? Depth matters, and their winning window is not just next year.
But
it's Caleb's rookie contract
for sure.
And on that rookie contract, Keenan Allen is going to be there for 1 of the 5 years. And when he leaves, you're not, and you have the 22nd pick in the draft, you're not going to have a guy who's going to be able to step in and be as productive as Rome Odunze or Malik Neighbors.
You don't know that. DK Metcalf was a 2nd-round pick.
I know,
A.J. Brown was a 2nd-round pick. Justin Jefferson went down around, 19, or was it 21?
Of course.
So, I mean, it happens all the time in the NFL because wide receivers are incredibly talented, and the class is always incredibly deep. I still very much want a wide receiver out of this. You know I love Adonai Mitchell. I like Keon Coleman. There are tons that people like. Those are two that I like quite a bit that I would feel great about getting in addition to whatever else I'm getting, because you can never have enough cheap labor. You can never have enough cheap assets and really good draft assets in this league as you're trying to build a winner here in this window of the rookie contract.
I think that's a Moneyball mentality, and the Bears have done that at some point already. You need blue players. You need blue chip players. You need star players at premium positions. And Jalen Reagor was a first-round pick.
Yeah,
and
he
Henry
was.
Ruggs was a first-round pick.
Right before Jefferson. Jalen Reagor was before Jefferson.
And Tyquan Thornton was a second-round pick. And Sky Moore was a second-round pick.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I can get, for every hit you give me, I can give you a miss.
Okay, well, George Pickens was a second-round pick.
Yeah, right.
And
he is an inconsistent, not nearly as safe of a productive player as Rome Odunze.
And Christian Watson was a second-round pick. These are
course.
early. I could go back and find others.
And Tom Brady was the 199th pick. No,
yeah,
of
he
course,
was.
we could, but that's not a way to build a team. Like, you know what I mean? And so I think that the ability to take a premium player at a premium position. Now, listen, if they think that Byron Murphy is a more impactful position at 3 technique than Rome Odunze, okay.
Well, what if Montez Sweat gets hurt? Who's your edge rusher on this team?
That would be a problem.
There is none.
By the way, I agree with that.
They're worse off if Montez Sweat gets hurt than they would be if Keenan Allen gets hurt.
I agree with that.
At this point. And and they're not going to go out and get a veteran edge rusher. If they come out of it, if they trade down and they decide, you know what, Jared Verse is my guy, or Dallas Turner's my guy, or Latu, even though he scares me from a health, but if it's my guy Chop Robinson, like if they come up with a great edge rusher and they've added assets and get a wide receiver late, I'm going to be just fine with that.
I agree with that completely. The biggest need on the team is another pass rusher.
I agree.
But the biggest need for Caleb Williams is another weapon.
But it's a pretty damn good nest they've built him already.
I know, but Caleb Williams wants to be here for 20 years.
I push back on this being a Moneyball philosophy because I'm talking about winning now. I am talking about winning now. I'm talking about making yourself better.
You think Byron Murphy adds more wins to next year's team than Rome Odunze?
I think I think.
Because there's a much higher chance of a receiver having a rookie year impact than a defensive lineman.
Well, how about a defensive end? How about a pass rusher? What if I told you Dallas
These
Turner,
guys are not that good at defensive ends.
But if you get the first one and it's Turner and you like him, then and he has
most people think he doesn't fit the scheme perfectly for a 4-3. He's 2 years younger than Verse and Latu.
Micah Parsons, 11 overall.
12. One pick after Justin Fields.
Okay.
Oh, listen, if you tell me that any of these guys is Micah Parsons, I'm in.
What if I told you that Chop Robinson is Von Miller or he's Micah Parsons?
Then I want him.
And you could trade down and get him.
Then I want him.
Or you could take him straight at 9.
If one of these guys is Von Miller, Miles, yeah, absolutely, then I want him.
I don't know if Byron Murphy is that 3-tech guy, but if he is, then yeah, I could see Warren Sapp adding more than Chris Carter to this team's playoff chances.
Okay.
I could see Von Miller or Micah Parsons adding more than Jamar Chase to this particular team's playoff chances.
But what about to Caleb Williams' career?
Well, Caleb Williams' career is not just in a 1-year window.
No, it isn't.
Time.
No, I know, but the best way to make him successful is to give him premium assets. And that is the most important thing for the Bears. It's not, to me, just about winning this year. And by the way, come on, Matt Eberflus. Coach somebody up. Turn Pickens into something.
So Zach Pickens and Javon Dexter.
Turn Dexter into something. Well, where is Dominique Robinson? You are a defensive head coach that has been given a gazillion assets.
I hear you.
Can you give me an overachiever, please?
And you've just brought in your defensive line teacher as your defensive coordinator, who's supposedly a great defensive line teacher from Buffalo.
So I don't know how many more resources Matt Eberflus needs in order to have this be a great defense.
Yeah.
Second round pick in
I
Tyreek, second in Kyler, second in for Sweat, second for Brisker, money for Edwards, money for Edmonds, money for Jalen, money for Sweat. How much more does he need?
I'm asking you to think short term for this one moment and look at it and tell me if next year you're more impacted by having Rome Odunze as your number 3 wide receiver or their favorite defensive player, obviously
as your number 2 pass rusher.
As your number 2 pass rusher or your number 1 3 technique.
Yeah, I agree that that's the bigger need for next year. I reject the thought process that should be the priority for the 9th pick in the draft.
Okay, I get it. So, Tanny, he agrees with the need. He just rejects my thought process.
No, the idea that
take it, man.
The idea is we have to maximize the number of wins in a 1-year window. Why?
Yeah.
Why is it about the maximum number of wins next year?
It's not in the 1-year window. You've mentioned they have 2 twos next year. It's going to be a great wide receiver class again. So whichever young wide receiver you do add in this draft, and I want to add a great one, I've given you several names later than 9, you can also add one next year when the class is really good again.
We need to get to a report here for Shane Reardon to see what madness he's found himself in. Then we'll bring in Pat Manley. Then we'll pick up the argument. Then we'll get back to celebrating Caleb Williams. Our pets' heads are falling off. It's Parkins Spiegel in Detroit on the Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
Joined by Bears president Kevin Warren. Is Arlington Heights even an alternative at this point?
The focus is really on Chicago at this point in time, and we're going to do everything we can to bring this to reality.
Tom Hayes, he is the mayor of Arlington Heights.
No, we're not concerned about it. We haven't given up the hope that the Bears are going to come back in our direction if they get a no on the lakefront.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m. on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Pat's next, and he's on the Score. Hey, Pat, who's your guy?
LSU fans call my guy Dirty Dallas Turner, edge rusher from the University of Alabama.
Roll Tide.
Roll damn Tide.
I knew that was coming from Pat. Pat has been a staple of this, and it's always an Alabama player. Dallas Turner, 6'2.5", 247. Strengths.
I'm a tender lover.
So they say. Built with explosive muscle fibers throughout his long athletic frame. Rushes with the get-off burst and body flexibility to dip and bend the corner. Shows a variety of moves, including a deadly ghost move. Ha! Deadly ghost move. Activate. Above average speed, extra gear to close in pursuit from the backside. Flashes strong, firm hands for aggressive stabs. His nickname at Alabama was Stab Club Dal. Explosive at contact to work off. Gotta be careful with those blocks, type of nicknames. I know, or drive blockers into the lap of the quarterback. Sets a hard edge versus the run, using his length and explosive hands to nonchalantly shock and torque passive blockers from their spot. Shock and awe.
skillfully sees through blockers. And strength makes him a magnet for offensive holding calls. Elite motor. His switch never turns off. Has the athleticism to comfortably drop into coverage. Voted a team captain, with Nick Saban saying Turner set a high standard with his work ethic and care for doing the little things. Welcomes hard coaching. Wants to be pushed. Weaknesses.
He likes to drag race cars, I think. Has gotten him in trouble a few times. I know that. But he's a hell of a pass rusher.
Average bulk, should continue growing into his frame, needs to continue strengthening his lower body, can do a better job setting up blockers to counter without thinking. Snap anticipation can be more consistent. Aggressive nature can backfire, needs to be a better finisher in short areas. Had several quiet tapes as a pass rusher. In summary, overall, Turner is a long, explosive edge rusher with the body twitch, hand usage, and play strength to leverage blocks and be disruptive in multiple ways. He has the freaky tools to be a potential impact player in the NFL who should continue to improve as his body and rush attack mature. A first-round 14 overall grade on Alabama edge rusher Dallas Turner.
Madness in Detroit.
Oh, yeah.
Has thousands and thousands and thousands of people. They've reportedly stopped letting people in because of overflow crowd, but someone who's in the midst of it all.
Is it John Tesh? Is it Mary Hart?
I believe it is our guy Shane Reardon. Shane, what have you seen, sir?
Yeah, I mean, I can confirm that. They have stopped letting people in. I'm kind of in no man's land right now, so I was in a sea of people for about 45 minutes until I finally decided to leave and try to find a different entrance. And I just worked my charm and my good look, and I found myself in. I'm inside the theater, and it is a absolute madhouse. I'll tell you that right now. Bears fans are buzzing.
Wow, that's awesome that you used your charm and your wiles.
I would have used the press pass and the ticket.
I don't think it's enough. I don't think the press pass and even your VIP access was not enough. What did you do, Shane? How'd you work your way in?
Yeah, no, it was the media credential. I just found the right gate. That's all it was, guys.
Damn it!
But no, I don't know. There are a lot of Lions fans here. I can tell you that right now. A lot of Lions fans.
I'm so glad we're paying for this.
I am too.
It is Detroit. Yeah, it looks absolutely. Go ahead.
I'm walking back and forth in no man's land, and people are staring at me, and I keep trying to use my credential to get closer, and the lights are flashing red, and I feel like if I try again, they're going to kick me out.
Are you seeing more Aiden Hutchinson?
I'm on the radio. We got a nice listener here who just recognized me, who gave me a big hug. Sorry about that, guys. I'm back.
Oh, that's good.
Tell him Mob.
Mob.
Yeah. Perfect.
You were asking?
Oh, no, I was just wondering if there's more like Jahmyr Gibbs or Aiden Hutchinson. Like, what's the most common jersey you've seen out there? Because there's a lot of interesting people there, Shane.
It's definitely Aiden Hutchinson, and then probably Barry Sanders would be number 2. And then a lot of Amon-Ra St. Brown. I see that all over the place.
Well, yeah, he just signed a big deal. Does it feel like Times Square? Have you seen any absolutely insane people or naked people with a guitar or both?
I'm going to be honest with you. People are very, very controlled, and I'm kind of disappointed. I wanted to be up in that and maybe join it. But Detroit did a really good job. Like, as we know, this is a starter city. It's not Chicago. It's not New York. But they've done a really good job of getting people ready for this. But I think they could let more people in here. There are pissed-off people out there with closing the gate so early.
Well, that should go well once everyone has 15 more beers over the next 4 hours.
But I'm going to try to find Caleb, guys.
Have you? Yeah, it's a good idea.
He's the one with the silver pinky nails. Okay, you can't miss him.
I'll look for him.
Yeah. Go find Caleb and Carl and call us back whenever you find them. Okay.
All right, will do, guys.
All right,
go have a few beers. That's Shane Reardon out among the masses.
He hasn't yet, right?
I don't know.
Okay.
I told him to go have some cocktails and walk around and call us.
Yeah, go give it a start.
Yeah, we got Porth here.
Go get it going. Yeah, Porth is on the case.
What else?
Dude.
What else do we need?
My God, it's good to have Porth here. Let's Shane just relax and be Shane.
That's what I'm saying. Porth, he got us here. He rode shotgun.
He did. My favorite thing today might have been Porth spot heroing a parking lot and finding one, and then we unload all the gear, put it on the cart, and Shane's pushing it the several blocks to Buffalo Wild Wings, and we passed 3 more parking lots. At least 3 more parking lots we passed out our way.
Well, we got a good deal for $90.
$90 for a day of parking.
It was a steal.
Which he charged, I believe, to Mitch's personal Amex, which is well done, I got to say.
Oh, incoming text from Mitch Rosen in 3, 2, 1. Pat Manley will join us on the other side. We're just over an hour and 5 minutes from the official draft coverage beginning on your television, but you don't need that because it's already underway on X and YouTube and Twitch. It's the Parkins Spiegel Draft Special live from Detroit on The Score.
This is Mark Carodi with your draft spotlight on The Score. 4 picks is all the Bears have as of right now, but GM Ryan Poles believes that he has a strong enough team to help mitigate that.
It's going to be hard to make this team now. It's going to be really hard to make this team. That doesn't mean you don't want more shots later, but it doesn't force you to panic about right now with how many picks we have.
2 in the first, a third, and a fourth. This draft spotlight is presented by ChevyDriveChicago.com and the #1 draft pick Chevy Silverado, the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears.
He's a baller. He balls.
That he does. His strengths, and this is the part that I forget about, is the timing of the drops and such, so keep me honest. Good size athlete with desirable measurables. Yeah, he's awesome. Coordinated patch catcher. Snatches cleanly. Plays exceptionally well through contact. Uses his length to make full extension grabs and his frame to box out and win contested balls. We love that. Tracks the deep ball like Ken Griffey Jr. patrolled center field.
Ooh.
Route running. Showcases his light feet and body twitch. Gliding speed and toggles his acceleration to stack corners or create late separation. Competes with physicality before and after the catch. Multifaceted and can be a vertical threat, but also a red zone weapon. His track training and conditioning is clear on the football field. Just 3 career punt returns, but he returned one. 83 yards for a touchdown in 2023.
83.
His weaknesses.
Swimming upstream, avoiding all the flies, and sending one ricocheting through the universe.
That really sounds like a strength, in my opinion. Needs to continue expanding his route tree. Average suddenness in short areas and change of direction. Average suddenness. Can occasionally make the first man miss, but his elusiveness is mediocre by NFL standards. Handled press well when he saw it, but jam technique needs continued development. Fumbled twice in 2023. Perimeter run blocking is very up and down and needs more consistency. In summary, Odunze is an above-average height, weight, speed athlete with the pass-catching instincts and competitive focus to be a playmaking NFL receiver. Yeah. He projects as a true X receiver and has the skill level to elevate his quarterback's play, stylistically similar to Drake London.
My guy is Mike Haugh Jr., Ohio State University 3 Technique.
Mike Haugh Jr. stands 6'2.5", weighs 299. Strengths:
smooth singing, big hair.
Terrific initial quickness to get vertical or cross-face blockers. Times the snap well to surprise blockers. Long arms, raw power to push the pocket. Go-to attack includes a variety of arm over and swim moves, mixing in spins and euros. Rangy and alert in the run game. Ability to defeat cut blocks on the backside of zone runs. Active with his large hands to absorb contact and aggressively stack and separate. Plants his post leg to fight back through double teams. Played on the offensive line in high school and is familiar with blockers' countermeasures. NFL Scout says with his talent, I bet he could have been a first-round center if he wanted to stay on offense. High motor, one of the youngest players in the draft class. Weaknesses:
Believe it or not, Jim Boylan said that he reminds him of Robert Ory.
What? Lean build for an interior lineman, will be considered undersized for several NFL schemes. A scout says, I'd like to see him shed some of the weight and be a 265-pound linebacker. Inconsistent base strength, can be moved off his rush path or displaced by blockers in the run game. Not the most disciplined tackler, needs to be a better finisher. Flagged 3 times for personal fouls, including roughing the passer penalties on the Maryland and Penn State tapes. Career production looks more like a single season. Battled several nagging injuries. In summary, Hall was more of a flash player than a consistent force. But his quick twitch movements and natural energy are the ingredients of a disruptive gap penetrator. If he stays healthy, he'll be an immediate rotation player, an eventual starting 3-technique tackle in a 4-man front, a 2nd to 3rd round grade on Ohio State defensive tackle Mike Haugh.
As we cover round 1 of this historic draft for the Bears, broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, presented to you by your local Hyundai dealers. This is where Chicago goes to talk Bears draft. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score, an Odyssey sports station. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago.
The Score!
This hour on The Score is brought to you by Busey Bank, building business growing well since 1868.
Good evening and welcome to the NFL Draft.
And now, live from the 2024 NFL Draft in downtown Detroit, It's the Parkins Spiegel Show Draft Special.
Tonight, we officially welcome the next generation of players.
Featuring the Score's football analyst, Dave Wanstead and Patrick Manley.
I mean, it's a solid pick. I still would have taken defense, but that's just me.
We know you would.
It's your day one starter. And they talk about taking the best player available. Was he the best player available on their draft board?
The Chicago Bears are on the clock.
Brought to you by ChevyDriveChicago.com and the #1 draft pick, Chevy Silverado, the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears.
With the first pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams. Hero play! 4-6!
That's all I've heard about Chicago so far. They love ball, which is really exciting for me and something that I'm looking forward to and embracing.
On 670 The Score.
The madness is just beginning. It is the Parkins Spiegel Draft Special on The Score. Draft coverage presented by ChevyDriveChicago.com and the #1 draft pick, Chevy Silverado, the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears. We are your main source for a Bears-centric draft show. Watch us on X, YouTube, Twitch. The graphics that Kevin Lapka and Connor O'Donnell have put together, second to none. Mark Grody at Haugh, Shane Reardon in the Madness, Speaks and I here in Detroit.
The Bears have the #1 pick for the first time in 77 years. They will be getting ready to take their 5th Heisman Trophy winner, and we'll hope that this one works out better than all the others. Although Johnny Lujak, not bad, but hope it works out better than Rashaan Salam in 1995. It's the last time the Bears took the Heisman Trophy winner. But they've never really, ever had a pick like this. The #1 presumptive greatest quarterback in their draft, a generational prospect.
And it is time now to welcome in our first draft analyst, because Dave Wanstead is, he shows up unless he's doing something. He's not available.
He's clearly doing something.
That's right. But Patrick Manley is here in the studio with us through the Bears' second pick of the night, whenever that ends up being. What up, Pat?
What's up, guys? Good to see you with your VIP media badges on over there in Detroit. But I can't wait for tonight. I'm excited, really, really excited. It's been funny because the last couple of years doing the pre and post game, I have not been excited. We've been trying to talk ourselves into how they could maybe win this game or not each week. But now with this draft, Ryan Poles is on the clock after doing this rebuild to really get us excited to see what these Bears can do in the future. And we know what the first pick's going to be. We're going to talk a lot about the 9th pick and what they'll do with that. But it's an opportunity to really set up this franchise and us as a fan base to be excited for this team each Sunday.
And put you in a position to not be miserable on pre and post. I think he's doing it for you, Pat.
Yeah, 100%. It's an O-lineman helping out a former O-lineman. But no,
right.
Olin and I used to talk, at the end of the day, we just be like, man, that's draining. This team is not good. But we understood what he was doing, and I kept preaching patience. Well, I'm done preaching that now. Once you get Caleb in there and whoever this 9th pick is or next guy in, it's ready to get this team rolling and see if they can, get to the playoffs and do bigger things.
Pat, we've come in here on Mondays after games and have been, it's been deathly at times to go over actually what was happening on the field so often that we have spent the last 2 years in large part thinking about the possibilities of what could be as things grow. And I mean, that's awesome that you're letting people in on that. Like, as you and Olin have done those post games and watched and felt that way. Have you talked with Olin in the past couple of months?
I have. We have. We've talked about the draft and stuff like that and how excited we are for the Bears. I mean, being a Bears alumni, it's just been sad for the city to not have a winner. And to me, the Bears are the #1 team in the city, and we deserve more as a fan. I'm an alumni as well, but I'm also a fan, and we deserve more. And I think now is a time and a chance to really, get something going here and maybe something really special.
How do you feel about the nest that Ryan Poles has created for this #1 draft pick quarterback that's going to be coming here in about an hour officially?
Yeah, I think they're in the right position. And I was talking about patience. Talking about this offense growing, getting better. There's some holes there. Can they upgrade Braxton Jones? Is the guards going to be healthy? Things like that. Do we need another receiver? But overall, for a team that was 7-10 last year, he's walking into a pretty good position. And, we'll talk more. Maybe is it better to get a defensive player to help him out, or is it better to get him a wide receiver, no lineman? But, I think he's walking into a great position. And I've been very pleased with what Ryan Poles has done over the last couple of years.
Yeah, what I've said on that, Pat, is The bigger need is pass rush. But the thing that would help Caleb more is receiver. And I'm talking about not just for this year, I'm talking about for duration of Bears' career. And so if Odunze or Neighbors is there at 9 and they trade down, I'll be very disappointed. But if they're not there and they trade down, then I understand having more darts to throw at the dartboard. That's at least how I'd be looking at it. But if one of those guys are there and they pass for a defensive player or they trade out of it, that'll be interesting to me to see how Ryan Poles sells it.
Yeah, it will be. And, everybody has their opinion. Everybody has different draft boards and all that kind of stuff of where guys are slotted. I was surprised last year that they did Darnell Wright over Paris Johnson and Skoronski. So you just don't know what each team and how their board is balanced out. But back to your point about helping out Caleb Williams, if they do go defensively, that helps him out as well. That's less points he has to score.
Yes.
You know what I mean? There's a way that can help
true.
him out. And I'll bring this up because I've been telling people, they've been asking about the draft, and it's a way back machine now. Go back to 2005. Kyle Orton was a rookie quarterback for us, and we won the division. We had a badass defense. I don't know if this defense can be that great, but he didn't have to score a lot of points as a rookie. He had to hand the ball off. He had a veteran receiver in Moose Muhammad. A good O-line. So there's different ways to protect the quarterback or give him a better nest. And going defense, you can argue that can help him as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, listen, the stat that is insane about what Caleb just experienced his last 2 years at USC, he went 18-8. So in the 8 losses, the USC defense gave up at least 34 points in all 8 of them. And they were an average of 43 points per game allowed in the 8 losses.
Right.
So, of course, it's complementary football, and the better the defense is, the easier Caleb Williams' job is. I mean in terms of production.
Well, but we're not talking about production.
And development. Production and development.
But Danny, what is the object of the exercise? It is to be a winning football team, and this is a quarterback who should be and will have to be smart enough to not try to win a game himself when he's got a badass defense and when he has weapons all over the field. Right, Pat?
Yeah.
I mean, there's a reason that quarterback wins are a stat that you, Danny, rail against all the time with good reason.
Yeah.
Because if we're talking about NFL wins, and if we really are talking about being one of those teams that uses a quarterback on a rookie deal, and I'm not saying Caleb is this kind of quarterback exactly, but Russell Wilson with the Legion of Boom, or Kaepernick with that young San Francisco defense, or any number of other possible examples, it is not going to all be on him. As good as C.J. Stroud was last year, he's throwing to who? Nico Collins?
Yeah, Noah
Brown and Tank Dell. I mean, already Caleb has for next year DJ Moore and Keenan Allen and Cole Kmet and DeAndre Swift. Like, I just think it is a great opportunity to give this team something it needs. I've said it this way, Pat, like in the last hour as we were talking about it. What gives them more wins? Your number 2 pass rusher added to Montez Sweat, or your number 3 wide receiver added to Keenan Allen and DJ Moore? What gives them more wins?
Or a stud tackle to protect him.
Your number 1.
That's another
right,
position
sure.
we can talk about, and I'm sure this. They talked about up at Hallis Hall. They were going through the exercise of arguing all 3 positions, and that's one you can argue as well. And me being a former O-lineman, the more time you can give a quarterback, the easier it's going to be for him. It slows down his play clock.
But you've watched Braxton Jones so much. Do they really that desperately need an upgrade at left tackle?
I think, they always talk about playing the best 5 offensive linemen. So we'll talk, I'm sure, when Coach Wanstead gets here. I have ideas of other tackles they could bring in that maybe slide in at guard, that could maybe move out there. But you get the best 5 guys out there, and you make him comfortable. Make him comfortable in the NFL in a pocket. I think that's very important. You see a lot of young quarterbacks come in and get skittish. I was talking to an NFL personnel executive about a young quarterback they had and how much they made the mistake by not surrounding him with enough O-linemen, and that really broke him down.
Listen, if Ryan Poles, the former offensive lineman, who drafted Braxton Jones, who drafted Darnell Wright, who drafted Creed Humphrey, who drafted Trey Smith, if he thinks that his 5th-round win at left tackle in Braxton Jones needs to be upgraded, I will cheer and support the pick.
Right.
Because this guy has a huge offensive
earned
line.
that.
Yes, he has.
Yes.
And that directly helps Caleb Williams' development. I obviously understand that the better the team is and the better the defense is, that helps Caleb too. But I'm talking about making him Like, what the Bears have never really done. What they've never done for a quarterback.
Making the quarterback the full priority, every single person in the organization, every move made with that quarterback in mind. I totally understand. And they've already used a ton of assets on defense.
Including head coach.
I know, but I do think the fungibility of wide receiver is more of a factor than the fungibility of defensive tackle and true edge rusher, and especially at a time when you've got veterans who are already very good here in year number one.
I think if there was a true edge rusher who was great, they'd be a top 5 pick. Not that you can't. Not that you can't.
Danny, I see what you're saying. He'd be the first pick after all the quarterbacks.
Yes,
is that what you're saying?
Because it's that valuable of a position, and they make that much money, and that's how the NFL has always done it. Hell, Trevon Walker, who had no production in college, was the number 1 pick in the draft. Jadeveon Clowney, number 1 pick in the draft. Myles Garrett, number 1 pick in the draft. Will Anderson, number 2 pick in the draft. Like these guys get up there at this point, or not number 2 pick in the draft, number 3 pick in the draft. Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson. Number 3 pick in the draft. Like, if there is a great, no doubt about it, Von Miller, Myles Garrett, caliber edge rusher, and I know Von Miller, that was a weird draft, but and
Micah Parsons was an 11 or 12 pick, as we just talked about.
Yeah, he was 12. Because that was the crazy part of that. That was Justin Fields went 11. Justin Fields goes 11. Micah Parsons goes 12. Yeah. It was insane. Well, because San Francisco traded up from 12 to 3. They could have just stood pat and taken Micah Parsons, and they traded 3 first-round picks to move up to take Trey Lance, and they could have stood pat and taken Micah Parsons. One of the craziest trades in NFL history. But yes, that's the thing about the edge rushers. Like, if you want to tell me that Byron Murphy is that dude, okay. You know what I mean? Great. I will be floored if the guy who came from Kansas City and is trying to recreate the Patrick Mahomes experience passes on Odunze or Neighbors if he's on the board. If they're on the board, I'll be floored by it.
Patty's earned my trust. Nope. I think he's earned both of our trust, no matter how we're talking about it, and that's weird to say in this town.
And then you're talking about his trust, and that tells me he believes in this offensive line. He believes in the 2 free agents he brought in Bates and Coleman, that they're really going to help this O-line. They'll find the best 5 and put them on the field, that he's comfortable with it. And you're 100% right. I think he's earned the trust as us as fans. Now, you guys, obviously. So I think that's another thing that's fun about this draft, that he's hit on a lot of these players. And you expect him to do it again. And if he can do it with 1 and 9, that can change a franchise. Obviously, number 1 can, but with 9 as well. I mean, the Houston Texans did it last year, with their quarterback in Anderson. So they have the opportunity to do the same thing. And I'm just excited for this to now on Sundays talk about a team when you put their depth chart up against another depth chart and say, hey, man, we can legitimately win this game.
And you think the expectations for year 1 are double-digit wins, playoffs? Playoffs. However it happens.
I just the way they finished, Montez Sweat coming in with that defense and how they finished up the season, I think they can carry that over and be better. And then I just think that, Justin Fields didn't throw for enough yards, enough touchdowns, all that kind of stuff, got injured. Caleb Williams, if they bottle him right in this offense, I think can just be that much better. And that team, that's 3 or 4 more wins, and that gets you in the playoffs.
Pat, as you have watched his tape and seen all the different reels of his plays and such, have you gotten excited? Like, I kind of, it's a moment to strip away from the noise and the analysis of the noise and the analysis of that analysis and remind ourselves of just how gifted a quarterback he is.
Oh, 100%. So I'll go back to the pre- and post-game show. Pre-game, all I wanted to see, maybe the Bears could win, but I knew Justin Fields would have one just highlight play, most likely with his legs or whatever, and that was fun to watch. He was one of the best athletes on the field. Now we have a chance to have the best quarterback on the field. And a great athlete.
Hell yeah.
And to get to watch these great plays. So that's what excites me. And he's amazing. He's absolutely amazing. But the only question I have about it is, and this is every quarterback that walks in the league, can they play with the cheat code? And what I mean by that is, do they know what the 10 other guys on the offensive side of the ball are doing, every single player? Do they know what the 11 other guys are doing, most likely pre-snap, on the defensive side of the ball? And can they process all that information in less than a second as soon as the ball snapped? The great ones can do that. Okay, Caleb might have all the skills in the world, and I'm not trying to poop on him at all, but I'm just saying that he might have all the skills in the world, but you have to have that to be great, and we won't know that until he gets on the field.
He seems, and listen, I agree. You're right. The transitioning from college to pro, it's very difficult. These guys get it wrong all the time. He seems to have the sixth sense, though.
Yeah.
So like the knowing where everyone is on the field,
Yes.
the eyes in the back of their head. There is so much of that on film that I'd be a little surprised if that part didn't translate to his game.
And what he does also seem to have, Pat, is like a real will and desire to study the game and study the greats and dissect them. So I'm encouraged by that stuff, but what you're accurately talking about, what you've experienced in locker rooms, is what you can't know on the pro level. This is why you talk to teammates as much as you hopefully do in the scouting process, don't you?
I do, and it's just, because you talk about guys getting on the grease board, and they can kill that test all day long, right? They're just, they can write up the X's and O's and dissect everything, but as soon as you get out there on the field, not only in practice, but not just in practice, but on the soldier field or a stadium field, that's when you realize, do they have it or not? And that's what I'll wait to see, and I'm hoping he does. You're right. You watch the tape of him. He seems like it. He's answered all the questions properly, and I think with the Bears only bringing him in as the only quarterback, and everybody knows he's going to be the one, I think he's checked all the boxes for them as well up there. And they know more than I. They study more than I, and they have more of a scout's eye, obviously. But just my opinion that he's answered all those questions for him. But I'm just hopeful that is true and comes out to be truth on Sundays and Mondays and Thursdays and whenever the heck they play.
All right. Well, so then who is – for me, it's one of the three receivers. I don't think it'll be Harrison Jr. I don't think it'll be Neighbors. It's got a shot to be Odunze, right? So that is my dream scenario for the second pick. And I know from just Bears fans and doing the show for the last 3 months, it seems like that's the majority opinion. Not everybody, but whatever. If you were going to say the thing that would make you happiest is who or what? Either one of you.
Well, I've argued through all of them, and I don't have a clear-cut answer, and that's not a good answer to you, but you can argue why a tackle would be, and I went through that, like Fashanu from Penn State. The one I like a lot is J.C. Latham from Alabama.
Wow,
that's just
that's
the guy.
the one.
That's the guy. That to me is my favorite that I've watched on tape. I think his versatility is pretty amazing. And Speegs, you talked about it. I talked to Blake Brockermeyer. Remember Blake Brockermeyer, old tackle?
Sure.
His son was a center at Alabama, and I talked to him a lot about J.C. Latham, his makeup, because I watched the tape and I was like, I got to talk to somebody that knows him. And he raved about him and just talked about him. He had the grown man strength, the versatility. He asked Saban last year. He wanted to play left tackle. Saban wouldn't let him do it. So that says a lot to me about an O-lineman that's willing to change positions. That might be because he wanted to be the left tackle and you make more money in the draft and things like that. But that's a guy to me, when I talk about playing the best five, I would love to see him on that O-line. And that's a guy that I would argue as the O-lineman to help Caleb Williams and his progress. But Rome Odunze is just he's pretty neat. Olin's talked about it. We've talked about it in pre and post game that you want to build kind of a basketball team for your quarterback with different styles of play, and I think he fits right in there with DJ Moore and Keenan Allen. And then my other one would be Byron Murphy. Okay. I think what I saw, and I just go back to what I played with was Tommy Harris and that three technique. And I talked to Alex Brown about what it's like to have a great three technique to you as an edge rusher and how much of a difference that makes. Because, you can go to third down and you can bring both edges and they can play on the same side. We saw Eberflus do that last year, but that's normally on third down. Well, if you bring in Byron Murphy, he's next to Montez Sweat most of the time. So that just, they can run the games. They're tougher to block next to each other for as far as being an O-line. So those are my three players that I could argue at each position, and I would be happy if they took them. And I think J.C. Latham might be the shocker, but I just really fell in love with the tape I watched.
Yeah, if you're looking for one player that would make me happy at the end of the night with that second pick, Danny, it's hard. But if I got to say one, it's Murphy. Because I do believe, like Ryan Poles talked about yesterday, the quickest way to the quarterback is from those interior people. And the power and disruption that we have seen with Warren Sapp, with other great three techs, and with Aaron Donald over the last 5 years, with Chris Jones helping the Chiefs survive everything that they've lost on defense over the years, I think it is the most important thing to get right. And I love Gervon Dexter, but the way the Eagles' defensive lines have been built, you just can't have enough of those guys. And if they have that guy, I think that's it. But I mean, Odunze is incredible. I mean, that's the thing. I argue for trading down because of what I deem the fungibility of drafting a wide receiver more so than that 3-tech or even the edge rusher if you have one you love. But Odunze has absolutely everything, man. Gets separation on every kind of route with footwork, with technique. So he's not blindingly fast, but he's plenty fast enough. He wins all the 50-50 balls that we hear about. He's got some of that A.J. Brown upper body strength to fend off DBs at the point of the catch. I mean, oh my God. So it'll be very easy for me to get excited if they do draft Odunze, but I will be excited as well if they trade down, add picks, and get Byron Murphy. So it's Byron Murphy and the ads is what would make me the happiest.
So Speaks, going what you're talking about there. Mine more were with the J.C. Latham and Byron Murphy would be trading down. Getting an extra pick and being able to pick that guy up that's high up on your board. They're high up on my board, and the Byron Murphy guy. I talked to Alex Brown about it. I said, what does a guy need to have for this defense? It's the one gap defense. He said, 1, be disruptive in the gap. 2 was his first step. He's got both of them, and he's great at both of those. And I just think he would fit this defensive scheme perfectly and would help Montez Sweat and everybody there. And I like him a lot. I know he's undersized, but I think just with his quickness and his strength, he could be pretty special on this defense.
We'll talk to Dave Wanstead about all the defensive guys and how he ranks them coming up. He'll be joining us in studio shortly. Mark Grody is at Hallis Hall. Shane Reardon is among the chaos here in Detroit. We've got Pat Manley, we got Wani, we got Parkins, we got Spiegel. It's the Parkins and Spiegel Draft Special live on Twitch, YouTube, X, and The Score.
Bears fans, all day tomorrow. Don't miss our wall-to-wall coverage of this big day for Bears fans, starting with Mully and Haugh, 5:30 till 10 a.m. Then from 10 till 2, Bernstein and Holmes weigh in on the first round. And from 2 to 5:30, Parkins and Spiegel are live from Detroit to continue their live coverage from the epicenter of the draft, only on Chicago's draft headquarters, Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app. Draft coverage on The Score is presented by ChevyDriveChicago.com and the #1 draft pick, Chevy Silverado, the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears.
This segment.
Next up on Who's Your Guy is Jonathan on The Score. Hello, Jonathan. Who's your guy?
Marvin Harrison Jr. from Ohio State.
There it
Marvin Harrison Jr., 6'3", 209 pounds.
Stop,
Maserati Marv. Strings.
I've seen beaver in Canada 1 million times. They're unmistakable.
They are. All right. Extraordinary pass catching dexterity and freaky athleticism. Explosive off the line and uses a variety of releases to defeat press. Reaches top speed quickly, 23.1 miles per hour in-game speed, and creates vertical push in the route. Cohesive footwork, pacing, and burst to snap off 90-degree breaks and easily create separation. Instinctive tracking skills to slow down or speed up to catch the football in a specific spot. Fast, natural hands, and won't fight the football. Able to contort his long live frame
fish,
and make challenging catches above the rim, or down by his shoelaces. Plays more powerful than he looks and maintains focus through the catch. Weaknesses.
The man chased him, grabbed him by the shirt, and then grabbed his penis in a violent manner.
Lean, muscular body type, and doesn't have elite body armor on his frame. Will struggle to power through NFL Jam or tackle. NFL Jam! He's heating up! Or tackle attempts. Guilty of coasting at times when he doesn't expect to be the target. Plays fast as a ball carrier, but not true yak weapon. I love that. And you'd wish he had made more make you miss after the catch moves. One of the true weak areas of his game is perimeter blocking because of disappointing effort on multiple 2023 tape. In summary, overall, Harrison has dominant receiving traits and can win from anywhere on the field because of his athletic gifts, route savvy, and adjustment finishing skills at the catch point. He is among the best receiving prospects to enter the NFL in recent memory. And he has the dedication to his craft to be a playmaking number 1 NFL receiver and future All-Pro. First round grade, number 2 overall.
Nice.
Hello, my
Hello.
guy, the Yak King, Malachi Corley, wide receiver from Western Kentucky.
Malachi Corley, 207 pounds. He is out of Campbellsville in Orange City, Florida. His strengths:
Large boxing gloves for hands to bounce defenders around, tough for defenders to escape once he has vice grips latched on.
Wait, he's got boxing gloves. How can he have vice grips if he has boxing gloves for hands?
The vice grips are inside of the boxing glove.
Okay, well, that's pretty awesome. No wonder he's a cyborg.
Oh, I see what we're doing here. We're using the beast to feed the beast. Boasts a compact, muscular body type. Added almost 30 pounds since enrolling at Western Kentucky. Dangerous with the ball in his hands and thrived in the Hilltoppers' quick game. Accelerates to top speed quickly with crisp cutting skills. Can break tackles with quickness or force. 55 forced missed tackles over the last 2 seasons. Using his run strength to plow over defenders or power through tackle attempts. Runs fearless. And NFL coaches will love his competitive nature. Hands catcher and quickly puts the ball away. His weaknesses:
I am not a successful adult. I don't eat vegetables and or take care of myself.
Sounds like every man I've dated. Shorter target with an average catch radius. Wasn't consistently used as a downfield target, and his deep tracking skills downfield are unproven. Love his play urgency, but he goes too fast at times. Forecasting his path or leaning into breaks. Routes can be slowed by early contact, and he needs to do a better job avoiding it instead of trying to show how tough he is.
Layla is one of the most talented communicators I've ever worked with.
Overall, Corley needs to be more controlled in his breaks and tempo to consistently separate as a route runner, but he is dynamic with the ball in his hands. He has the speed, physicality, and contact balance ideal for a slot role that uses motions, jet sweeps, and quick screens. His NFL
and
comparison.
Short-side crack toss.
Don't do it. Not today. Not on the Lord's Day. His NFL comparison is somewhere between Deebo Samuel and Amari Rodgers, which is a wide spectrum. His grade is second or third round.
Stead and Patrick Manley, brought to you by ChevyDriveChicago.com and the #1 draft pick, Chevy Silverado, the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears.
We are live in Detroit. It is Parkins and Spiegel, Grody at Haugh, Shane amongst the chaos, Patrick Manley, and soon-to-be Dave Wanstead back in our Score studios. Pat, what are you grubbing on back there, man?
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to grub on it yet, but I'm staring at it. The old Aurelio's Pizza. We got to thank them for feeding us tonight. They are the Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain. Aurelio's Pizza is celebrating their 65th anniversary. And you can order from one of Aurelio's 37 locations. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the nearest location by you. Aurelio's Pizza celebrating 65 years. That's a good number, 65. It's the sauce.
Yeah, it is.
They did it just for you. They made it 65 years just
100%.
against that Pat Manley number.
Pat, were you hoping to be drafted? What was your draft night like? This one here in Detroit. I was reading only 13 players, Danny, have come to Detroit as prospective #1 draft picks, waiting for their name to be called. A lot of players now are into the hometown draft party, hanging with their family, hanging with their people, watching it on TV, and waiting for the call. What was yours like, Pat?
I was back in Durham, North Carolina with my fiance at the time, now my wife, my mom and dad. There were thoughts that maybe I could go in the 4th round because I played O-line and long snapped as well. I didn't think that was going to happen. So when the 4th round came around, I'm like, wait a minute, maybe I'll get drafted. Maybe I'll go early. Oh my gosh. Well, that didn't happen. Then the 5th round came, and I was like, no calls. So that didn't happen. 6th round came. I started getting a little bit of calls from Green Bay, the Bears, maybe the Chiefs, and maybe the Giants, maybe. And as it got closer to the end of the 6th round, Green Bay called again, and I think they were going to pick me in the 7th round. And then Chicago called, and they had the last pick in the 6th round, and they said, has anybody been calling you? And I told them teams were, and they said, well, look at the bottom of your ESPN tracker, whatever you want to call it. We just drafted you. So that was a pretty cool moment. It was a really, really cool moment. Went out and had some beers with the boys afterwards, and I think I got on a plane. I drove up to Chicago a couple days later for minicamp and all that kind of stuff. But, yeah, it was an awesome night. It was just really cool to be there with my mom and dad and fiance. And, so let me give you a little funny story. So Green Bay calls, and my mom and dad are talking to my wife or my fiance at the time. They're like, well, if you go to Green Bay, you know how much money you can save? Because it's not that expensive as Chicago. And my wife turns to my dad and goes, yeah, you can live in the middle of Kansas too, but who wants to live there? So she was more excited to come to Chicago than maybe I was, because she just, she likes the big city and was excited to get here. But that was just a funny exchange between my dad and
dude, extra reason to hate the Packers too.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they screwed that
Started
up.
calling you in the 4th round, didn't even draft you.
They could have spent 16 years not looking for a long snapper. You know what I mean? And instead, but good scouting by your wife. She knew that long snapper money was coming, man.
Right.
Yeah, she can afford the big city.
Yes.
All right. Another funny story. So I'm dating my wife my senior year, and I'm getting all this attention, not as being an OKO lineman, but being a long snapper. So all these scouts are coming in, and coaches are coming to me, and they're like, hey, man, there are teams that are interested in you in just being a long snapper for their team. And it was right at the time when long snapping became a position in the NFL, when not all 32 teams just had a long snapper. And I was telling my wife this, and I thought maybe I was going to go do something in the financial world or whatever, and football started working out more, and we're talking, and she goes, wait, long snapper? That's a position?
Yeah,
it is, baby.
It worked out.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Why didn't you ask me about my draft night, Speaks?
Well, you know what I'm most interested in is Caleb Williams' draft night.
There we
baby.
go.
Number 1 overall, about to be a Bear. I mean, we're within 30, 35 minutes or so of Caleb Williams becoming a Bear officially.
I hope they use every second on the clock to milk it so that they all have to talk about what an unbelievable situation Caleb Williams is walking into. It's rare that the Bears can be on national TV and no one can get a snide remark in.
Do we have an over and under, like what time you think they'll turn it in? How many minutes?
I think they'll turn it in, with a minute left, and they'll read it close to zeros. Is what I'm hoping for anyway. Savor the moment, man.
Yeah.
Savor the moment. We have so Caitlin Sharkey was on the red carpet as, of course, a broadcast partner there. So she got some access. So this is from Fox 32. Caleb Williams in a very fresh blue suit.
Yeah, so it's a all navy blue suit, Chrome Heart. Shout out to Chrome Heart, Lori and Rich. We worked pretty hard on this. They worked pretty hard on this. I just came up with the idea. But yeah, we have a full, classy, but unique one-of-one suit. And like I said, shout out to Chrome Heart and them. It's a pretty and I was really excited to put it on today. But yeah.
You said 12 years ago this was going to be a dream for you, and now it's a reality. You're sharing it with your family and your girlfriend. How special is this night?
It's great. It's great. To be able to have people around me that care for me, that's been here before, this moment. Been here for years. It's really important to me to have those type of people around me that know me best, but also care for me before all of this happened. And so it's great for me. I'm excited, and I know they're excited.
Feeling any different today, Caleb, than you did yesterday, knowing today is the day?
I feel like the same guy, just excited and ready to go.
Man, that's really cool.
From WGN TV, by the way, my apologies. Apparently he said, though, in a different interview that he doesn't know if he can be 13 because there's a 13-year vet Hall of Famer already on the roster.
Respecting Keenan Allen.
To which I say, then this makes this number 13 Caleb Williams jersey even more of a collector's item, baby.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
makes it even more of a collector's item.
Doing it. Put it down quickly.
All right.
You didn't take the Justin Fields jersey and put the 3 next to it and put the tape over the name? I saw a couple of those.
No, yeah, this is
it's the real deal.
This is real authentic
NFL
team shop, baby.
Yeah.
Bought this as soon as they qualified for the number 1 pick, Pat.
I mean, keep it up.
Justin Fields forever.
No.
Well, that was the last bit, Danny.
We need the Cutler edit on the Justin Fields song. That's what we need historically because it changed along the way.
Yeah, and you know what? In 20 years, I'll be rooting for the next one.
In 20. That's fine. 20 works just fine.
Justin Fields.
Whatever.
Yeah.
So talking about Justin Fields and Caleb Williams, how long do you think it'll be before people forget about chanting for Justin Fields in Soldier Field?
Well, I don't think
Week 1.
They don't have to forget. Like it's a really nice chapter of a fan base falling for their quarterback and loving their quarterback and supporting their quarterback overall. And then did it get ugly? Yeah, but part of that is due to the toxic nature of debate in sports sometimes and just like how the effect that Twitter can have. And like we joke about the jersey that Danny just held up, but like the volume of like weird and personal and odd anger that took place over the past couple months was kind of ugly, but it happens all over the country based on a tons of topics all over sports and beyond. So they don't have to forget it. But I do think, Pat, that the first few times that some Bears fans see Caleb play and watch the way he thinks the position and plays the position, it is going to blow some people away. If they've been hating and doubting and haven't really done some of the research or some of the tape watching, or even if they have and they just don't believe in it, there's going to be some moments right away early where they're like, oh, okay, I get it. That's fun.
Yeah.
This should be a really cool time because it is a really cool time.
I think we're just going to see different highlights. You know, Justin Fields, it was mostly with his legs, a couple throws here or there, but Caleb Williams is going to be a different highlight reel, and I can't wait to see it. Like I said earlier, I hope it works out. But
it's going to be the type of highlight reel where he throws, right?
Right. That's what. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
What a quarterback does. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I just wanted to be sure we're talking about
Yes,
the same
yes.
thing. All right. Good.
But
yeah,
the other thing is he can
that's the
run
one
as
I would
well.
prefer.
So, but I just think he's gonna dazzle us with his arm.
You know, I just started to listen to his appearance on The Pivot with Ryan Clark. Danny, I know you listened to the whole thing. But
Yeah, it's excellent.
Even just hearing some at the beginning with Channing Crowder, and I think it's Channing Crowder who says it straight to him, I don't dig the nails, man.
Yeah.
I don't dig the nails. And
Caleb
Caleb Williams looks at him and goes, cool.
Yeah.
And I mean, stuff like that. So it's like we have minimized. We've tried to like minimize some of the anger publicly out there, but within a locker room, Patrick Manley, if you see something that you think is funky or weird with a player, but it's your teammate, it's your guy, you guys talk about it, right? You go right for it and address it.
Oh, 100%.
And he's ready for that.
Oh, 100%. That's just locker room talk. But no, it's true. It's what goes on. What brings a team together. That if you can break down somebody and joke with them and have fun with them. But what I love about him, just what I've seen, listening to that interview a little bit and just seeing some of the interviews, he has a quiet confidence about him. And I think that will go a long way in the locker room when he walks in. He's not walking in with all this bravado and me. He doesn't seem that way. You want your quarterback to be confident, but being quietly confident and letting your play speak for itself, that's the easiest way to win over a locker room, easiest way to win over the veterans. And I think he's got that. I don't know if he's being coached to do that or if that's normally who he is. If he is, that will be understood quickly once he gets there, and that'll go a long way for the veterans.
We'll get into this more as the weeks and months go on towards camp, but tell us more about that. Quiet confidence. What else? Work habits?
What
else is going to win
Just come in
over?
and work. Just come in and work, be on time, do the right things, treat the trainers the right way, the equipment managers the right way, the ball boys the right way. Just do the little things that's expected of you from all teammates. There's some guys that come in there and they hold their nose up a little bit, and you look at them and you're like, you haven't earned anything yet. Maybe you were great at UCLA or USC or Alabama or wherever these guys come from these programs that are almost like pro programs and the way they're treated. They need to come in not broken down, but just kind of like, let me do my work and earn my respect that way. And all the interviews he's been giving, that sounds like the way he's going to walk in. And I've seen some high draft picks walk in and act different and act like they're bigger and better than everybody. And you look at a 10-year veteran, you're like, what's this guy thinking? He was
just
great.
Just name Curtis Enos. It's fine.
No, it wasn't Curtis. No, there was other ones. Curtis was pretty good. Curtis was really great in the rookie locker room for us. He was down to earth. That's just unfortunate. His knee kind of ate itself, but yeah, he was good.
Well, on that interview on The Pivot, he talks about growing up with his dad, who was a commercial real estate developer, for 30 years, and so a successful black businessman in industry that did not was not dominated by black men. So his dad's big thing was respect, demanding respect and giving respect. And his mom ran a nursery school. And so, like, her whole thing was treating these kids like they were her own and then trying to teach, these toddlers, the first thing you teach a toddler, the golden rule, right? Teach others as you would want to be treated. And so Caleb gets the respect kind of from both angles. So, like, at the combine, there was that thing of how he was shaking hands of, like, all of the administrative staff or whatever as he was leaving. Like, that's just what he seems to have been raised by. And I mean, this guy is engineered in a lab. People are going to get to know his story if they haven't dug into it. But, like, he decided that he played football. He loved football. He was a running back. He was a linebacker. He was a safety.
Yep.
Then he lost the game where the other team's quarterback outdueled his team. He told his dad at 10 years old, I want to be quarterback.
It's an incredible story.
And so his dad was like, okay. And then they started building him, nutritionists, sports psychologists, private coaches, transfer portal following Lincoln Riley.
Sure.
He went to, it was recruited to private high schools. They got him an apartment that he lived in alone in high school away from his parents because they were working, and he was and the apartment was just right next to the football field. So he has been, like, independent in the pipeline for professional quarterbacking basically since he was 10 years old.
And it's fascinating. I hope we get a chance to talk to Carl Williams, Pat, somewhere here along the way, because I always think about Marv Marinovich and Todd Marinovich, right? In recent years in baseball in this town, we have Chris Bryant and his dad, Michael Kopech and his dad. We obviously have LeVar Ball, who was on the show a couple of weeks ago. Lonzo's dad is like, and there's lots of different ways to do it. The story, as we've heard it, the way you just described it as well, Danny, it's Caleb's choice.
Yeah.
It's Caleb's choice. Even though he's that young, he's the one saying, I want to do this. And then it's a collaboration with Dad, which maybe is an important part of how it's worked out well to this point, Pat.
Yeah, and hearing all that, that's great. And that'll get you there. And you just named all those names there, these athletes. That'll get you there. But if you don't have the love of the game, the love of the process, the love of learning, the love of studying, then you're not going to succeed. And that'll come out quickly. But he sounds like he does love it. And if he does, that's a great combination of the way he's grown up. Sounds very mature. He's ready for the big spotlight. He's been out there in L.A. He's dealt with, the Twitter trolls, being doubted, all that kind of stuff, and he's answered it in a respectful manner to everybody. And I applaud him for all that. But again, if he doesn't love the game, if he does not love the game, it'll be known in that locker room, and it won't work out for him because it's a different animal. College is great and all that, and he's gone through all that work. But once you get the pros, you have to love the game to succeed.
One more thing on this stuff, Pat. Did you see some of the videos of his pro day that day at USC? The way that he interacted with his teammates, you know, especially afterwards, and just the volume of teammates that were there to support him. And the way it all happened, and them messing with him, the offensive lineman, picking him up and dropping him down and whatever, and just him.
I thought that center was going to hurt him. I was furious.
I know, you're worried.
That's my quarterback.
And then we found video of that center shotgunning a beer in the suite with the rest of the offensive line.
He seemed like a real bro.
At an L.A. Kings game, Pat. Leave it to the center to be the one shotgunning.
And again, that's an important thing to have a quarterback hang out with the O-lineman. I think that's very, very important. And you hear about all that, his relationship with his O-line.
Yeah.
There's times I've seen quarterbacks come through the Bears that have not had that. They've had relationships, but not very strong. And the ones that have a strong relationship, the locker room loves them more. And the other thing you were talking about, all these interviews and things, I don't know maybe I heard on the NFL Network or whatever. They went to Oklahoma and talked to his old teammates, and they all still loved him even after he left them. That to me spoke volumes. That if they're raving about him, that says a lot about somebody that left in the transfer portal. I know that's just the way it is now, but for an ex-teammate from an old school to rave about him, and they say they didn't find a single one say a negative thing about him, that says a lot about him to me.
He's Pat Manley. Dave Wanstead is in the house. We'll come back, get Wani's thoughts on 1 and 9, and then it will be officially time for the Bears to be on the clock to select Caleb Williams. It's the Parkins Spiegel draft special, live from Detroit on The Score.
Bears fans, all day tomorrow. Don't miss our wall-to-wall coverage of this big day for Bears fans, starting with Mully and Haugh, 5:30 till 10 a.m. Then from 10 till 2, Bernstein and Holmes weigh in on the first round. And from 2 to 5:30, Parkins and Spiegel are live from Detroit to continue their live coverage from the epicenter of the draft, only on Chicago's draft headquarters. Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app. Draft coverage on the Score is presented by ChevyDriveChicago.com and the #1 draft pick, Chevy Silverado, the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears.
This segment is sponsored.
Here is Jonathan on Sports Radio 670 of the Bernstein and Holmes Show. Jonathan, who's your guy?
J.J. McCarthy from the defending national champion Michigan Wolverines.
I thought that was your guy.
No, it could be your guy, but I got the page for him. I can do J.J. McCarthy. You can take the better
That's
guy.
why I was asking you the question while Dan was talking.
No, you can take the better guy. J.J. McCarthy, 6'2" and almost a half, 219 pounds of rock'em sock'em quarterback. Strengths.
I've interviewed him once, and he's not, he's not an idiot.
Above average athlete with quick feet and dashing speed. Drives through his hips with the arm strength to rip throws down the seam to the top or to the sidelines from the opposite hash. Hits the targets in stride, especially when working over the middle. Needs to show more, but there are several examples of anticipatory throws on his tape from 2023. Poised and accurate when throwing on the move. Weaknesses.
I thought he was dead.
Wasn't consistently required to get beyond his first or second read. Guilty of bird dogging where he wants to go with the throw and must develop his eye skills to manipulate coverage. His general accuracy is a strength to his game, but his ball placement will suffer at times when he rushes throws. Still developing his touch as a passer over the linebackers and in front of the safeties. There aren't many examples on tape of him adjusting protections at the line. Only 795 career dropbacks in college and played in an offense that leaned on the run game. In summary, overall, McCarthy's evaluation feels incomplete, which creates even more projection than normal. But his passing skills, pocket athleticism, and mental makeup are all ascending and create optimism for his NFL future. Although bumps along the way could be expected, he has the package of tools to become an NFL starter early in his career. Their grade on him is first or second round.
Oh,
he is
things
now
have
being
changed.
projected as the
Top
number
5.
2 pick
Yeah.
in the draft.
Things have changed.
You guys definitely going top 5. They have him second or third.
They
round.
have him number 21 overall.
Wow.
walk somewhere.
Joining us on the Parkins Spiegel draft special as we are live from Detroit. We figure, a 6th-round long snapper should be joined by the 15th rounder, the 376th pick in the draft, Dave Wanstead. What's up, Coach?
Well, I'll tell you what's up. Tell Shane that Pat and I are going to split this empty bottle here tonight, okay? I don't even think there's enough here to split it, so I'm going to give it to Pat. But this is
oh no,
we were supposed to celebrate the pick, and we got nothing.
We got nothing. We were already to pour a drink, and we were going to toast.
Isn't Mitch here? Isn't Mitch still there?
This is out of Tanny's locker. He's blaming it on the bourbon thief again.
Oh, okay, but Mitch is here. He has a credit card. There's a CVS across the street. We can get you a cocktail.
We don't want bourbon from CVS.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my God!
Man.
Come on, you guys are a 6th-round pick and a 15th-round pick.
Overachievers is what we are. We have high goals.
I'll give you that, but you're not above CVS bourbon. You're not.
That's true. It's got alcohol in it.
Exactly.
Oh, I'm sorry, Coach. Well, we'll rectify that. We'll take care of that.
Right.
Well, because you were punctual today, we're out of time in this segment, Dave, so that we can get back for the Bears to be officially put on the clock, and then we will talk to you about the 1st pick, the 9th pick. We'll find you some liquor so that you can do some radio now that you're done with your big, important TV work.
This is why Robbie Triano has joined the team at the Score, so we can proudly go get bourbon at the CVS.
Yeah, we don't need any audio cut from the Bears selection of Caleb Williams in record time.
Not a big night.
We need to get Dave Wanstead drunk. It's the Parkins Spiegel draft special. Check us out on Twitch and YouTube and X. We're live in Detroit on the Score.
Bears fans, all day tomorrow. Don't miss our wall-to-wall coverage of this big day for Bears fans, starting with Mully and Haugh, 5:30 till 10 a.m. Then from 10 till 2, Bernstein and Holmes weigh in on the 1st round. And from 2 to 5:30, Parkins and Spiegel are live from Detroit to continue their live coverage from the epicenter of the draft, only on Chicago's draft headquarters, Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
My guy's a football player on the offensive line of the Oregon team, Jackson Powers Johnson.
Jackson Powers Johnson, 6'3" and a third, 328 pounds. Strengths.
He's got
Toski.
PPTPW.
TWTW. HYPRR. It's an acronym.
Our success equals the knowledge. The E stands for effort. And then the last E stands for energy.
Players play, tough players win.
Will to win. The H is for the how. Y stands for yours. P is when the process starts. R is for the result. And the other R is for the actual response.
That's what he's got.
Damn!
I don't even need to read the scouting report now. He has an NFL frame, above average body twitch and snap to step quickness, efficient lateral shuffle to answer gap shooters, plays with a firm base and fierce hands to refit and stay centered in his pass protection anchor. Gets the most out of his average length, looks to remove defenders from their feet. Has the functional range to get out in front on screens and second-level workups, alert versus defensive fronts, plays assignment sound, competes with a mean streak. His fight-or-flight response is to match the opponent's authority. Respect my authority! The Oregon coaching staff raves about his toughness and dedication to his craft. One of the youngest offensive linemen in this draft, but carries himself like a veteran. Weaknesses.
Everybody's into spanking lately. Have you noticed that?
I have. Sets tall at times with inconsistent knee bend, average hip roll, doesn't consistently
Never
drive.
gonna give you up.
Drive defenders off the ball. Has the range to reach his blocking points, but needs to get there with urgency and timing as well. Will strengthen his sustained skills with improved post-contact leverage and mechanics. Highly penalized as a junior. The medicals will be important. Battled multiple injuries, including groin and hip and multiple concussions. In summary, Powers Johnson's inexperience is reflected in his technique, but he offers a fantastic combination of size, athleticism, and toughness with a skill set that translates to both center and guard. His game reminds me of Ryan Kelly, who won the Remington Award at Alabama before becoming a first-round pick in 2016, a first to second-round grade on Oregon interior lineman Jackson Powers Johnson.
All right.
football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studio. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
The Parkins Spiegel draft special rolls on, and now it's time to get serious. We are live in Detroit, Manley and Wani in Chicago, Shane in the madness at draft headquarters, Mark Grody at Haugh. You will hear from the commissioner to put the Bears on the clock. You will hear the commissioner make the Bears pick. We will not be scooping picks based on Twitter. We will scoop trades as they relate to the Bears and movement between 1 and 9. This is the time where we get ready officially for Caleb Williams to become a Chicago Bear. And we've been waiting for this moment for a long, long time. But, Coach, since you're the most recent to join us, your thoughts on Caleb Williams for anyone who somehow doesn't know them at this point.
Well, I'll tell you what, he has really grown on me since. I think it's been very good from the standpoint that, it was kind of foreseen that he was going to be our guy. And once he started talking about it publicly, how many times have we seen him on national TV in the last 3 or 4 days? And I'll tell you what, he's impressive. I'm really excited about this guy. Obviously the talent, but I really didn't know him. Just some of the stuff that you read and heard about him as a person, as a team player, coming to Chicago and excited about the city of Chicago. I think he really closed the bridge because of in the last few days with all of his interviews that he did. He's been fantastic. I'm excited for him and for the fans, Bear fans, really.
Hey, Coach, we have thought many times over the previous few months about the experience you had in scouting and getting to know and getting ready to draft a player who I correctly guessed was Curtis Enis. And you told us the story of having talked to so many people. As you've dug into this, Matt Eberflus. You guys have talked. Do you feel like the Bears have done their best possible due diligence on Caleb Williams?
Yes, I do. Absolutely. And, I don't have any question about that, from the standpoint. I mean, all the exposure that they could have gotten that we're aware of, they have done it out there in L.A., at the Combines, obviously here in Chicago. So, it's they've done everything they can do, and we know the ability. And he's got, the only thing that I would say is, hey, let's keep the main thing, which is football and winning games. And hopefully, the city of Chicago can do that to you. It's going to be just such a swarm of excitement and a swarm of opportunities along with that. You just don't want him to, not keep the main thing. I'm repeating myself, but that's how I really believe. Let's just go out there and learn the offense and have a good mini camp and go from there.
The level of player we're talking about here is unlike anything that Bears fans have ever experienced at the position. We've had the top quarterback drafted in Mitch Trubisky. We've had one of the best athletes to ever play quarterback in Justin Fields. We had another team's young Pro Bowler who represented a lot of hope in Jay Cutler. But the number one pick quarterback is a thing that this city has never experienced. And the pressure and the spotlight that comes with that is intense. The franchise that's never had a 4,000-yard passer, the franchise that's never had a 30-touchdown passer. But this is a uniquely qualified prospect for the spotlight. This is a guy who's been groomed to do this since he was 10 years old, seems to love football, and has Denzel Washington's phone number in his pocket and has lived in a penthouse apartment in L.A. the last couple of years. It's a very unique situation in terms of pressure and spotlight, and a guy, Coach and Pat, you guys know about spotlight, who is ready to handle a spotlight. And I'm seeing on Twitch and YouTube, I believe, Dave, are you good now?
I am good. I'm going to be real good once this pick is announced, okay?
You just got handed a bottle?
Thank you, boss.
Yep.
Thank you, boss Mitch.
There we go. That's why you need to be watching on X, Twitch, YouTube. Dave complains about not having a full bottle of bourbon, and 8 minutes later, he's got a new bottle of bourbon. It's amazing what we can do in Chicago.
That is a powerful man, and deservedly so. Pat, can you speak to a quarterback coming into a new locker room, maybe one who was drafted high, and yet people weren't sure exactly what they were getting, and perhaps it didn't feel great in your tenure?
Cade McNown, I'll say it. It just didn't go well. Everybody knew that when he got here. He came from L.A. He was the L.A. kid. He acted like he was from L.A., and just walked in and didn't treat everybody like I was describing earlier, how I would like Caleb to walk into the locker room and just kind of just work hard, do the right things, talk to people the right way. Cade did not do that. And we all saw it, and it rubbed us all wrong. And you know, I was still a young player at that time, but I would look at the veterans, and they didn't like it at all. And it just did not go well from the start when he walked in and just kind of treated everybody from the trainers to the equipment staff with a little bit of a, smugness. And it just was not good. So you just can't do that. And I learned from that, if you watch rookies walk in and they act that way, it's probably not going to end up right, and especially at that quarterback position.
Well, that's, of course, who I was thinking of. And I remember a story that I believe Bernstein told from the draft combine of that year, where he was there at the combine and a bunch of scouts were walking around and GMs were walking around, and Cade McNown was standing there going, pick me, I'm the best one. Go ahead, pick me. And you love that kind of confidence. At the time, I thought it was an endearing story, But then you talk about the kind of arrogance that you're describing and the quiet confidence you hope that Caleb has, and they're different things, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. And Coach, you can probably speak to this as well, that, hey, man, the play is great. If you're a great player and all that, you want to win, you look at your teammate that way, and it's a great thing. But the locker room, to me, is just as important to get the wins, to continue to be great, to go on to be a playoff Super Bowl winning team. And the number one guy everybody looks at is the quarterback. And if he's not there for everybody else, not having lunch with the linemen, the receivers, or whatever, it just doesn't go well. So you can play and be a great player all you want, but you got to have both. And it sounds like he has that, just the way he talks about his O-lineman, bringing his O-lineman out to the Heisman, which is amazing how much money he has to be able to do that with the NIL.
Exactly. He brought the whole
right. But that says a lot to me. It seems like he's going to walk in and be the right thing. And, Coach alluded to it a little bit. Just, what did you say? Just the right thing is the right thing or whatever. But I just hope he doesn't worry about his brand. You hear about these guys worrying about, my brand. Your brand is winning football games. Your brand is coming here to Chicago and throwing for 4,000 yards. That's how you build your brand, and that's what I want to see. I'm not saying he's going to do that, but hopefully he does that.
He's got 5 attorneys. Come on. What are we talking about?
Well, this is the modern athlete, though, Coach.
I know. It's different.
It is different.
Okay.
I mean, the guy's got a multimillionaire. He's got brand deals with he's Topps and Panini and Beats by Dre and State Farm. He's a business man. He's Caleb Williams. He's the next Bears franchise quarterback. Sounds like we're going to get some live audio here from Detroit and the commissioner to put the Bears on the clock in just a little bit. But, I mean, to your point, brought the offensive line to the Heisman Trophy ceremony, gave everybody Beats by Dre headphones.
Welcome
here we go.
To the NFL Draft in Detroit.
Who's that, Eminem?
Let's go, Big D.
Eminem?
That is Eminem, yes, Coach.
I was just kidding about the rap battle. We're going to save that for another day. But the pride of Detroit has got a little some surprise for you and bringing out a few other surprises for you. So, M, here you go.
M.
Detroit! What up?
Dump button ready.
It's here. Make some noise for the Detroit Lions. Let's go!
I don't need Aiden Hutchinson because he's not going to be able to catch Caleb Williams.
The Lions aren't on the clock for like 29 picks.
Yeah. All right, let's celebrate Detroit another day. I get it. No, I'm just kidding. It's a great city.
M, here you go. Mr. M. Mr. M.
I called Kid Cudi Mr. Cudi once.
Did you really?
Yeah, it was fun.
How'd that go?
He gave me a courtesy chuckle. And kept it moving. All right, but seriously, we don't need to. We'll when they put him on the clock, we'll go back there. But congratulations to Aiden Hutchinson and the Lions for their 1 year of supremacy of the NFC North.
Well, but
because the Bears are coming.
This team, guys, Pat and Dave, this team, the Lions, that everyone is celebrating. You can see the beginnings of what they were doing a few years ago. You see the tremendous job that they did in a family business, by the way. You know, they brought in Chris Spielman, and the Ford family business stepped into a different level and a different gear. We want to be the Lions. We aspire to feeling like we have something that they have, don't we?
Yeah, I mean, they have a good foundation. They drafted well. They've got a lot of good young players. I mean, do we want to be the Lions? I don't know about that,
No.
Spigs, but you know,
who do we want to be?
I wouldn't go that far, but you know,
I mean, Caleb wants to be Aaron Rodgers and beat Tom Brady.
Yeah, there you go. That fits better. When they walked out there, you know what that reminded me of? I was not here, but I remember after the Bears won the North, 4 or 5 years ago, whatever that was. I remember that they had some function, and I saw it on social media, and it just reminded me of that. They were coming out, and everybody was dancing, and everybody was feeling real good, and it's been so it's a distant memory.
Yeah, the thing is you got to be able to sustain success. And that's what I'm hoping the Bears can do with what Ryan Poles has built to this point.
Come on.
From all those cheers for the Lions, including Barry Sanders. Here's the commissioner.
Detroit, we got fans from 32 teams right down here, and of course all the Detroit faithful in the back. Welcome to all of you, and most importantly, thank you to Detroit. You guys have been awesome. All right. You ready to get the show on the road? Okay, the 2024 NFL Draft is now underway. The Chicago Bears are now on the clock.
10 minutes.
Oh, we won't take 10 minutes, Danny.
Oh, no, Coach. You forget who's in charge now. It's a marketing politician in Kevin Warren. He's going to tell him to take the full 10. So the NFL Network and ESPN and ABC and everybody has to spend 10 minutes talking about the beauty of a situation that Caleb Williams is walking into. It didn't take 10 minutes when they got the number 1 pick, 3 months ago. But they're going to take this full 10 minutes to soak the whole thing up. Absolutely. It's a TV show at this point.
Is a pastor going to come up and kick off the draft pick?
He's going to announce the pick.
Yeah.
Let us pray.
But do you think maybe the NFL Network tells the Bears, like, hey, give us 7 minutes? So we can, we've been working on Caleb, and we need 7 minutes to talk about it.
This is a TV show.
It's a TV show. So not only are the Bears interested in being talked about, the NFL and the NFL Network is interested in talking about the Bears. I mean, here's the thing. This is a great scenario for the NFL. Not that the league needs it. They can thrive with Pat Mahomes in Kansas City, and they can thrive with Joe Burrow in Cincinnati. But having Caleb Williams in Chicago, having a winner in Chicago, is only going to mean better business for the Bears. I suspect we'll find the Bears on the primetime schedule several times more than they would have been had they not had Caleb Williams this coming year.
They'll be maxed out. I think the max is 6. They'll be maxed out on national TV for sure.
Mm-hmm.
It's a marketer's dream without question. It's an inevitability, and from the football standpoint, I got a million Caleb Williams factoids, but this is a pretty good one. No player in the last 3 years has more touchdowns than Caleb Williams. He's got 120 of them. Only 3 guys are over 100. Bo Nix, Sam Hartman, and Caleb Williams. No one in college football has been responsible for more. This is the most prolific player in college football the last 3 years, a Heisman Trophy winner, and an absolute superstar.
For 3 years, people have been talking about him as the number 1 quarterback in whatever draft he ended up in. Do you think we have some exhaustion? Have you felt some exhaustion about Caleb Williams?
I'm not exhausted.
No, I know you're not. But Pat Manley, Dave Wanstead, have you guys felt some exhaustion about all the Caleb stuff because of how long we've known he's the guy?
No, I think you just want to dive in more. Like Coach said, listening to interviews and finding out what he is like a person. I just want to know more because if he is or he will be the Bears quarterback, I want to find out more. I'm hungry to see if he's going to be a fit and see how great he can be at the NFL level, and everything looks like it will be. And I'm just excited as a Bears fan, Bears alumni, that we've got a guy, and hopefully he can change this franchise and sustain success for 10 to 15 years.
Yeah, you remember, I don't know if I said it on your show or Mully and Haugh, the old expression, that talent sets the floor and character sets the ceiling. And, that's when all the crazy stuff was being rumored of him. I'm not going to get into it now after the not bad stuff, but just personality-wise that it made you wonder if the total commitment was really there, to be honest with you. And he's answered all those questions, I think, so it's been great. And he talks about Tom Brady. I mean, when Tom Brady, and I got it firsthand from the Bucs, when he walked in the building, that Super Bowl run, everybody in the building was walking on eggshells because they knew that Tom was, the minute he walked in, it was business. And everybody was accountable, and everybody was going to be on their toes and all in, from the trainers. And that's the type of commitment. When you say Tom Brady winning 6 Super Bowls, people lose sight of what Tom did on a daily basis to prepare himself, the team, everybody to win 6 Super Bowls.
Well, that's super valuable stuff to think about, Coach, because we think about quarterbacks as like this great deodorant and they make everything else better. It's not just with their play. And so, I mean, did you see this from Aikman early on? From Aikman in Dallas, did you see a work ethic? Did you see diligence and like leadership that we might want to see from Caleb as a rookie?
I mean, that's a good. Troy was work ethic. The guy we used to throw him out of the weight room. I mean, and run sprint. Yes, the work ethic was there, but Troy was naive from the standpoint of he was just a college kid out of and he wanted to try to make it in the NFL and be as good as he could be. And back then, I mean, there weren't lawyers and business deals and all that. I mean, all he had was football. And that's what he, knew that if he was going to be successful in life, that he had to excel. And so the commitment was definitely there, to answer your question.
Yeah, well, you sound a little worried, Coach, that the commitment might not be all the way
there.
No,
that's not what I'm saying, because I think he answered those questions for me. That's what I said in the beginning. I'm so glad that we had this week of interviews to really get to know the kid, And, I talked to a guy 2 days ago that went to Gonzaga High School, and he's a guy, older guy, and they had a big reunion 2 years ago for all the ex-players, and it was guys 50s, 60s, 70s, and Caleb flew back for it. And the guy had pictures, and he was fantastic with these old men, that he didn't need to go back there and be part of that whole scene. And so, you hear that type of stuff, and that's exciting when you start looking at who he is as a person on the field and off the field.
On this long-form interview that he did with Ryan Clark and the guys on the Pivot, they were talking to him about the hardest part of this process, thinking it was going to be the scrutiny and people picking him apart. They were talking about the internet and things that he had heard and had to clap back at and that sort of thing. And he said, it's the longest I've been without having a team. Because they didn't get to the college football playoff. He skips the bowl game.
Wow.
So he has been in draft prep for so long. He's like, he's like, I need to get back in a locker room. I need to get back with guys. I need to get back working out. Not that he's not working out, but like working out with the team, diving into a playbook, doing all of those things.
So he loves that part of it.
Yeah. So that was his first answer. And it was in the context of all of the other stuff. And he went right to that of like, he's like, this is the longest I've been since he's been playing quarterback since he was 10, football before that.
Yeah, he's not planning for a new USC year. He's got no team with which to plan.
Which is why the install of the Bears thing has been so obvious, right? Meeting with Matt Eberflus for 90 minutes the day before the pro day, going out to dinner with the teammates, having a throwing session with DJ Moore and Keenan Allen and Rome Odunze. I mean, they have been doing the install for a long time with this guy because it is an inevitability that they are taking this franchise quarterback. And it's just, I don't have a question of whether or not this guy loves football. He plays with a joy that suggests to me that he loves football, honestly. Like, I think that you can see how much he loves it when he's out there.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams, quarterback, Southern California.
Savor this moment, Bears fans. Caleb Williams is a Bear. He represents the best hope the Bears have had at quarterback in any of our lifetime. And frankly speaks, for me, this is the most exciting moment for the Bears since they were in the Super Bowl.
That makes wow. The most exciting moment since they were in the Super Bowl. Yeah, I could see it. I mean, the playoff run with Matt Nagy comes to mind. Obviously, a game with the Packers for Cutler. I mean, there's many different things that come to mind.
This is sustained success and the possibility of it at the quarterback position. This is a guy talking about wanting to beat Tom Brady. This is a guy wanting to be in a city for 20 years and go win 8 Super Bowls. This is a massive, massive moment.
Yeah, I think he's excited. You can see him right there. I mean, this is legitimately excited about being drafted number 1 and with Chicago. That's awesome. It really is. It's
Coach,
so cool.
He's dreamed of exactly this his entire life. 1-1 was very much a goal. Being the greatest of all time, very much a goal. And I think he has fallen in love with the Bears situation. But I'm okay if it's a little bigger for him in this moment to be 1-1 than to be a Bear. This is a childhood dream getting realized.
You know what this does? This makes the Bears relevant. That's the word that comes to my mind. You know, I mean, all of a sudden – we knew we had a good defense. We knew we could run the ball, but now all of a sudden, I mean, we're a playoff team. I mean, we're in the mix. We should be a relevant team come December. Absolutely.
Well, Coach, and Pat, right? It's a 7-win team who's added a whole bunch and now gets to add this kid. There's no reason not to think playoffs for this coming year.
No, there's not. But I'm going to make this pick about me. I'll make kind of a joke. I'm hoping Caleb Williams breaks all my records of games played and years of service with the Bears. That's what I want him to do. I mean, I break it, please, because that means we've got sustained success like you were talking about. You've got Super Bowls. You've got playoff runs.
And give me those numbers. What were those numbers, Pat?
245 games, 16 years.
Wow, that's awesome.
Let's do it.
See how, please go do that. Do that for us as fans, for us as alumni, us in the media. That means we're enjoying the Bears wins and seeing a great player play. And if you're playing that long for one franchise, you're doing something right. And I would love to see that from Caleb Williams.
That is awesome. Pat Manley wants Caleb to break his Bears records for years and games played. Coach Dave Wanstead feels the Bears now being relevant in a different way. That feeling washed over him as he watched Caleb. Danny calls it the most excited he's been as a Bears fan since the Super Bowl. I keep thinking about the fan base being defined by quarterback starvation for all these decades. Is this the first 4,000-yard passer? Is this the first 30-touchdown thrower in a season?
Please.
I mean, finally, are we going to get in the modern NFL full of big numbers and explosive quarterbacks that win you playoff games? Do the Bears finally have one? This is easily the best chance that we've had in our lifetimes of having that guy in a league where you have to have that guy.
If somehow this guy doesn't break those 2 records, I'll start to believe in curses. He is way too talented and walking into way too good of a situation. Quarterbacks at his level of prospect do not bust. They might underachieve. They don't bust. And then you add in Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, Darnell Wright, Cole Kmet, a top 10, maybe top 5 defense, the 9th overall pick, a good cap situation, a GM that you trust. This is an excellent, unprecedented situation for a number 1 pick overall quarterback to walk into. I think those Bears franchise records are falling maybe as soon as his rookie year.
Yeah, that's the point. You mentioned. I was just thinking of Troy. Our first game, he had 9. I think he got sacked 9 times in the game. I mean, that's how bad our offensive line was and the whole bit. So, yeah, completely different situation. And it's unique. It's so unique on so many different.
We want to take reaction, Bears fans. It's official. You've been waiting for this for days, weeks, months, or in some of our cases, our entire lives. 312-644-6767. You can have the first word on the score as a fan after the Bears drafting Caleb Williams. 312-644-6767.
I got to say, in terms of that draft pick, I'm not surprised. I don't know about you guys. Anybody shocked?
I had that one. I'm 1 for 1 in my mock draft.
Nice.
Yeah.
Everybody's mock is 1 for 1.
Hey, I was giving it out when you only had to bet $1,200 to win 100. Today you had to bet 5 G's to win 100.
Oh my God!
Or I think it was 50,000. Yeah, you bet 50,000 to win it. I mean,
to win 100.
Yeah, it's just been such an unbelievable lock for so long. At this point, I mean, I got more. I mean, we want fun facts. We got 46-1 touchdown to interception ratio in the red zone the last 2 years at USC.
That's what it is. Pat Baddeley, we have seen players that have the aggression to take chances, but that usually comes with turnovers. Fumbles are an issue for Caleb. And
led FBS in fumbles.
Led FBS in fumbles, so we'll have to work on that for sure. But the interception numbers are striking. Will those go up naturally in the NFL just because talent is better?
I think they will, and they'll probably go up early, and then he can grow out of them. You know, he's probably going to have to learn the NFL game, learn out NFL defenses, and the speed's going to be a little different. I think definitely they'll go up. But what I'm most excited about this, guys, I want to follow up what you said earlier about Caleb Williams, that now when I'm prepping for a pregame show, the Bears have the potential to say we're going to win this game because we have the better quarterback, the most important position in football.
Dude.
And you look at the teams, like I always say, a top 7 quarterback, you feel like you're going to go to the playoffs every year if you have one of those guys. Potentially he can be one of those. And when you're breaking down a game plan each week or comparing them to whoever, now you can say we're going to win because of our quarterback, not our defense or, returner, special teams with Devin Hester, things like that. But now you have potentially a quarterback that is a game changer and a game winner.
You talk about Danny, the fumbles and stuff. And he's been sacked a lot. And I went back and looked at this and talked to some quarterback guys and offensive coordinators around the league, current and guys that are out of it. And the one thing, and it's going to be, I think it can be an easy fix for him. The one thing that he did not do was use the tight ends and the running back and the checkdowns. If you watch him play, he'll drop back, and if the guys are covered, which they're going to be, rather than taking the easy little throw, he would try to stay alive with the ball until somebody got open, and then more times than not, he might get sacked or something. I mean, that's an easy fix. And I think that'll happen, and, it'll clean that up really quick.
It's interesting, Coach, because we've lived through this watching Mitch Trubisky have to learn some things, watching Justin Fields have to learn some things. There are going to be things for Caleb to learn, and some of them are going to ring familiar, right? We've talked about checkdowns, with Fields for a couple of years. We've talked about fumbles with Fields. We're going to talk about whether he leaves the pocket too soon and tucks and runs. We're going to talk about, making plays in structure. I mean, this is the stuff that college quarterbacks have to do. We're going to talk about all that stuff, aren't we? The hope is just that Caleb is better at those adjustments and quicker at those adjustments.
Yep. You talking to me?
Yeah.
No, I agree with you. I don't know what. Yeah, I was just looking at here to see who's taking what. But yeah, I agree. I agree with you. Whatever you said, Spiggs. I really wasn't listening to what you were
Appreciate
talking about.
Oh my God! Okay, Coach, we got a long way to go, buddy. You got to lock in.
It's all right.
Jaden Daniels is the second pick in the draft for the Washington Commanders, so it's going chalk so far. Caleb Williams to the Bears, Jaden Daniels to the Commanders.
I'm 2 for 2 in my mock draft.
312-644-6767. Tony from Oglesby is on the Parkins Spiegel draft special after the Bears take Caleb Williams. What up, Tony?
Hey, guys. It's great to talk to you. I listen to you every day. And my first quarterback that I saw was Bob Avellini.
Oh, I saw Bob a week ago in Naples.
Oh, my God. That's great, Coach. He was 1977 quarterback, and they made the playoffs against your Dallas Cowboys, Coach. And they got their butts kicked. And I can't wait to see the Bears kick some butt. I am so excited. You can't believe how long I've waited for some hope like this. And I've seen every quarterback. And I'm not going to name them, but they're bad. And this is
we know the names, Tony.
We know them all.
Hey, Tony, I had to live through some of that. Come on.
So did Pat.
Oh, that's true.
That's why I'm just hopeful this guy hits and he just changes the whole city and the franchise. I just, it looks like it could be there, and I'm hopeful for that.
It's okay to have that hope, even though you feel like you've been burned a few times or a few dozen times, because this is the best way to do it. Hey, Coach, do you believe in that Pat was talking about earlier about, certain quarterbacks you win with and certain quarterbacks you win because of? Is that true, especially in the NFL as it stands right now?
Yes, absolutely. I use the old expression, okay, you're down by a couple of scores. Do you have the type of guy that when they know you're going to throw it and you know you have to throw it, they can take the team and put them on the shoulders and get down and score and win the football game? And Caleb has proven that he can do that. So, the one thing I was thinking of that Pat said when he was talking about the locker room, what's so important about that? It might not be who's going to dinner with who and who's doing what, but I always thought that it was critical. Think about this, guys. It's the end of the game, the scenario I just described, and now everybody's in the huddle. The eyes are up, the crowd's going, and the quarterback is the only guy that's going to speak. And he walks into that huddle, and he looks everybody in the eye, and that's when all the work that you've done in the locker room and the relationships and the leadership, that's when it pays off. That's when the guys believe that, hey, he can do this and will do this for us. So, I mean, it's a big deal in the locker room, like Pat said, but it definitely carries over onto the field.
312-644-6767. Hearing from Grody later at Haugh, Shane Reardon in the Madness in Detroit, Wani, Manley, Parkins, Spiegel, and you. Fernando, I don't know if he's watching on Twitch or X or YouTube or the Odyssey app, but he's in L.A. Caleb Williams used to live there. Now he's coming to Chicago. What up, Fernando?
Hey, guys. I love listening to you, Danny, Speaks, and Coach Wani. Love you guys. I listen to you every day out here in L.A. Bear down.
That's awesome, Fernando. Thanks, man. How you feeling after this pick?
Excited. I'm really happy, man. Our Bears finally got it right. I just want to say that, I love Justin, love that all the plays he makes for us and everything, but, we didn't do right by him. So we have everything laid out for Caleb. So he's coming in here, and I just want to give him a short leash and, let him prove to us that we made the right choice.
Thanks for the call, Fernando. When Coach Wanstead was saying earlier, and you'd said it during the year, Coach, about the fourth quarter when everybody knows you got to go back there and get it done. We saw a Super Bowl where both quarterbacks did that, Mahomes more so even than Purdy. At the end, everybody knew he had to go back there and get it done. And I feel like when the Bears talked about the fourth quarter failings or the fourth quarter numbers of Justin Fields, it fit perfectly with what Wani had talked about of the stories of the fourth quarter and what he just talked about of the character of the quarterback and knowing that you believe in him. I think that stuff really does matter, both the numbers of it and the soft factors of it.
As we continue on the Parkins and Spiegel draft special live from Detroit, the New England Patriots have the pick in. We'll update you on that. We'll get you ready for the 9th overall pick. And coming up next, Caleb's first words as a Chicago Bear. It's Parkins and Spiegel and Manley and Wani live from Detroit on The Score.
Breaking Bears news. Caleb Williams is now a Chicago Bear, and Ryan Poles gets his quarterback.
With the first pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams, quarterback, Southern California.
Keep listening to The Score as we continue wall-to-wall round one coverage. This is Chicago's draft headquarters. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score, an Odyssey sports station.
Breaking news on 670 The Score is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Attention Chicagoland car buyers, save big at HawkAuto.com with 0% financing for 66 months. That's no interest for 5.5 years. Choose from new pre-owned and certified pre-owned.
time. Circling back. Joystick on the move again. Are you kidding me? Caleb Williams dancing, cutting, mesmerizing run by the quarterback. Finally dragged down at the 20. It's a highlight reel tonight.
He did the Heisman pose earlier. If he wants to do the Heisman pose after this play, I'm okay with it.
With the first pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams, quarterback, Southern California.
We're back with more of the Parkins Spiegel Show Draft Special, featuring Dave Wunstead and Patrick Meneley. Brought to you by ChevyDriveChicago.com and the #1 draft pick, Chevy Silverado, the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears.
And we are live in Detroit on the Parkins Spiegel Draft Special. Wani and Manley in studio updating you on what has happened so far in the draft. And thank you for watching on X and Twitch and YouTube and listening on the Odyssey app. Caleb Williams is a Bear, Jaden Daniels a Commander, Drake May a Patriot, and Marvin Harrison Jr. just off the board at 4 to the Cardinals. So there have been no trades, and a receiver going 4, probably not a great first data point for those of us that are hoping that Odunze or Neighbors is there at 9. Not a guarantee, but the run on receiver starting at 4, potentially not good for a receiver being there at 9.
There's been a thought that the Giants would be interested in J.J. McCarthy should he fall all the way there. So now you wonder if the Vikings will try and jump up with the Chargers, who are at this pick right here, number 5, and jump the Giants for McCarthy. I suspect that McCarthy will go in one of these next few picks, don't you?
Yeah, I would expect so, but we have no trades yet, and we will give you the reporting on the trades, and we'll get back to going to the podium live for picks a little bit later as it gets closer and closer to the 9th pick and the Bears being back on the clock.
When Caleb Williams walked onto the stage to greet Roger Goodell, he let out an enormous primal scream. It looked awesome. Apparently, it sounded awesome if you were close to it. And he is thrilled and excited to be a Bear.
Well, let's hear from Caleb, and then Pat and Coach can react to Caleb Williams' first brief. We'll have much more as we go throughout the show, but here are Caleb Williams' first words to Molly McGrath and ESPN as a Bear.
Caleb, you told me you've been dreaming of this moment ever since you were a little kid. You have always wanted to be the #1 pick in the NFL draft. What did it take to get here?
It took a lot of sacrifice, love, care for winning the game of football, my teammates, my coaches, and my family.
You won a Heisman Trophy. You're the #1 pick in the NFL draft. What is your next goal as a member of the Chicago Bears?
Learn all my teammates' names, their families, learn the playbook, and get ready to go win games.
All right, congratulations, Caleb.
Thank you.
How's that play in the locker room, Pat?
That's good. He wants to be a good teammate. I like the fact he wanted to learn the families too. That he's going to be invested in his teammates. I just think that's so important. I think when I played and we had success, we had a team that everybody got along, and it goes a long way. And we were talking about the trust earlier about when you're looking at the quarterback in the huddle. Just, I never was in that huddle. I'd be on the sideline, but you would trust certain players more just because you knew them well and you expected them and knew they could come through at the end. And I like that. He wants to learn teammates' names first. He wants to be a good teammate. That's great.
What do you think, Coach?
Yeah, no, I agree. That's, he's saying all the right things. That's all. That's as far as playing football, commitment to football, teammates, leadership, his goals. The guy. He truly has thought this through. This is nothing that has caught him off guard, and he's sitting there with, the deer in the headlights and saying, "What am I? What's next? What's going on here?" When he walked to that podium, Spigs, I agree with you. This is something he had thought through, and I think it all kind of, came to a head there when he left out his. What'd you call it? A primal scream?
The primal scream, baby.
So is that on his scouting report now? Great primal screamer?
Maybe we'll hear it. Maybe we'll hear it after touchdowns. Who knows? Hey, Coach, should J.J. McCarthy be a top 10 pick?
Yes.
He should?
I think so. Absolutely, I do.
Tell us why. You watched a lot of Michigan ball.
Yeah, because I think he can make all the throws necessary. The guy's a better athlete than people give him credit for. The guy is a leader. You want a leader at quarterback. You want a face of the program. That's J.J. McCarthy. You want a guy that when your team's down can bring them back and win. They were down by a score to Alabama in a pretty big game. He took him down and scored once. He went to overtime. He got the ball. He took him down and scored again. So he checks that box. So absolutely, I think this guy will be. And then he played 6 games without the head coach being there. Think about it. Who's really kind of the quarterback coach? I mean, let's face it. Jim's always got his hands on the quarterback and relating to play calling and game plan. And Jim was gone for 6 games this year, guys.
Yep.
And I like his swagger. Remember when Jim was gone, they were getting ready to play Ohio State. Somebody asked him, "What do you think?" And he says, "Hey, bet on us, bet on us." So I like the swagger that he has too, even though it's not something that you see every day.
And that guy Jim Harbaugh with the Chargers, they're on the clock right now at 5.
And there's a couple more minutes on the clock, and a small surprise, Adam Schefter reporting that there will be no trade here. So a team that has had to jettison a lot of expensive players to get under the cap, including that's the reason why Keenan Allen is on the Bears for a 4th-round pick, because he didn't agree to a contract restructuring.
Wow.
They need a lot of young, cheap talent. They're carrying some dead cap space. They are sticking at number 5.
You think they deliver Malik Neighbors to Justin Herbert?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what they. I hope not for the Bears' sake at 9 for a receiver.
They've got Rashawn Slater at left tackle, right?
Yes, they do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, J.C. Latham, the gambling markets moved him significantly for first tackle taken. Peter Schrager and Daniel Jeremiah in their final mock draft today had the tackle from Alabama, had Pat's guy going to the Chargers at 5.
Hey, Pat, I saw last year 5 tackles got picked. 4 of them played right tackle as rookies. 1 of them played guard. That's Skoronski. So the era of needing to be a left tackle or nothing in the first round is long, long gone, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is. And you look at the Eagles, Lane Johnson, right? The right tackle just locks guys down. So if you can have one side for protection-wise, in my opinion, that you can lock down, you can do a lot more up front with your protection schemes and taking care of other guys, on the other side with chipping guys or whatever. But, yeah, I just think, like I said at the beginning of the show, you play your best 5 players now. I think it's changed a little bit offensively on that side of the ball, offensive line-wise. You just get your 5 best out there to protect your quarterback. I think that's the way it's going, and I think Darnell Wright can be the guy to lock it down on the right side. If they move him to left, who knows, whatever they do. But, yeah, I think a right tackle can just it's changed. It's just changed.
It'll be interesting to see if it's it's Joe Alt. It's Joe Alt to the Chargers. Joe Alt to the Chargers at number 5. So even though Slater is there, we'll see if that means they play Alt on the right side. But that's pretty darn Harbaugh, isn't it, to go big time tackle and run the ball. You know
what? I think that's a smart move, putting him on the right side. He can be a little bit. He's a great player. Don't get me wrong, but he's there's some stiffness there. There really is. The best tackle I had was a kid from Washington. Was it Troy Fontana?
His tape is fun.
Oh, this guy's the best tackle in my opinion. In the draft, he is a foot athlete. Play him at left, right, guard, center. Put him where you want him. I'm a fan of that guy.
Let's get another reaction to the Bears selecting Caleb Williams, 312-644-6767. Mike is in Rockford on the Parkins Spiegel draft special on the Score. What up, Mike?
Guys, great to talk to you. Thanks for taking my call. Listen, I want to be optimistic as a lifelong Bear fan at 62 years of age, but Jim McMahon said this a few years ago. Chicago's where quarterbacks go to die, and I don't want to put a pin in everybody's balloon, okay?
Yeah, you do.
But let's face it, guys. It's not the player that I worry about. I think if Justin Fields was drafted by the Packers and he sat behind Aaron Rodgers, he would be doing what Jordan Love is doing. I just think it's the development. And when you throw a guy into the fire, we have an offensive coordinator that's not been proven. He's not even been an offensive coordinator. And this is the problem. And it's like Bernstein.
He was an offensive coordinator in Seattle when Geno Smith had a 30-touchdown season and won Comeback Player of the Year. Next point.
And he's called his own plays. Yeah, so that one's dead.
Okay, so my next point is that the Bears, they shingle. They keep overlapping. Okay, so if they have a bad season, they fire Eberflus. They're going to hire a whole new coaching staff, a new offensive coaching staff, and they'll have to mess with his mind because he's not going to, and this is what they've done to every quarterback that they've drafted. They did it to Jay Cutler Look what they did to Jay Cutler, guys. This is, history doesn't lie.
That is a fair fear. That is a absolutely fair concern.
Fair
but
concern.
Guys, you got a different GM, different head coach. It's a whole different system right now.
Thanks for the call, Mike.
But Pat and Coach, the idea that things could be changing again, with your coaching structure, that is a fair concern.
Sure.
But I'm sure that other organizations have had that concern and then drafted the one. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you get the guy, then the history and those kind of fears don't exist in the same way.
But I also believe the great ones overcome anything. They can overcome bad coaching. I really do.
Amen.
I
mean,
just
that's what we're
believe in
seeing
that.
with Justin
Yes.
Herbert, right?
Yes. Yeah.
I mean,
And
Justin Herbert
hopefully
had
Caleb's
Brandon.
that guy. I mean, hopefully he has a great coach and he can play. But the great ones can overcome.
The Bears have made an announcement with Caleb Williams that Caleb Williams will wear 18 as his jersey number.
Kyle Orton.
His high school number will be his number in the pros. So 18 is the jersey number for Caleb Williams. My custom 13 Williams jersey is now a collector's item.
No, duct tape. Just duct tape the 3.
There you
go.
No. See, that's a degree from Duke right there. That's
yeah, problem solver.
Yep.
Good point, Pat.
Yep.
Thank you. Now I can't be on Twitter for the rest of the night because I'll just be getting mocked relentlessly.
I hope that Taylor Gabriel fans don't mind if Caleb Williams wears their number 18 instead. Boy, not a great history of number 18s. Oh, Dante Pettis most recently wore number 18.
Don't disrespect
He's
Dane
still on the team.
Salzenbacher.
He's back.
Isn't Pettis is still on the team, isn't
Well,
he? Did you just
not
cut
getting 18.
Spiggs, did you just cut him?
I think Caleb
Just for
might
the
have.
number. Just because of the number reason.
Hey, Pat Manley, guy who used to drink beers with you in the back of your El Camino, used to wear
Kyle
number
Orton.
18. Kyle Orton, number 18.
Yep.
That's right. So anybody out there still with an Orton jersey, get ready to repurpose that
That's
one.
right.
Well, actually, shouldn't be laughing.
I think we should, as a matter of fact.
People are like, oh, Parkins, your jersey's ruined. Do you know how many dumb jerseys I had as a kid? Like guys who would get injured or guys who ended up being bad or
Well,
whatever.
you have a collector's item now. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't even wear jerseys anymore. It was all for the bits.
Actually, I've got a good. That's funny you brought up Kyle Orton. Let me give you a little story about having a rookie quarterback and a veteran wide receiver. So we brought in Musu Muhammad, right? And Kyle Orton was a rookie quarterback. We got done. We won a game, I think in Detroit or Green Bay somewhere. And you get back early to Hallis Hall at like 3:30 after get back quickly, like 4 or 5 o'clock. But Moose, he said, Kyle, grab a couple guys. We're going out tonight. We're going to the city. So he grabbed a limo, took us out to the city, and he taught Kyle, because Kyle was known as a partier.
Right.
It was about 10 o'clock. He's like, we're going. We're leaving. We're done. Kyle's like, wait, what? No more beer? And he goes, no, you're done. You're going home. You got work to do tomorrow. And that was a cool thing that a veteran did to a rookie quarterback to teach him that, hey, a win's a win. That's awesome. You can celebrate a little bit, but get your ass back home. We got a game next week. And I thought that was a good way of, something that Keenan Allen could give to Caleb Williams. Something like, I don't know, he's a partier, but just give him just kind of direction that this is the way you do it in the NFL. And I thought that was a pretty neat moment that Moose did for Kyle.
Yeah, well, we got, with DJ Moore, obviously Keenan Allen, you got Swift. I mean, we've got a few guys now that Komet that have been around a few years. That will be, and they're the type of people that you do want influencing your young quarterback. So that's a good situation.
Yeah, it is a really good situation. It's a really good spot to have a young quarterback step into this offense full of veterans and full of quality targets that he knows he can trust. It is a way better spot than any Bears quarterback has ever stepped into.
And nobody wants to give the defense much credit. I know Danny could care less, but they when the Bears won the division a few years back, when we were talking about it, I mean, that was the defense that was second in takeaways. They were a top 5 defense, and they
in the
gave
2024 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Malik Neighbors.
Oh boy,
wide
here
receiver,
we go.
LSU.
So the run on receivers continues. So no trades in the top 6. It's gone Caleb, Jaden, Drake May, Marvin Harrison Jr., Joe Alt, and now Malik Neighbors to New York. So J.J. McCarthy is falling, which could be good for the Bears in a trade down spot.
Yes, it could.
I would imagine could trigger a trade up spot at some scenario here if Tennessee, or especially Atlanta, which is a prime trade down candidate as well. But with J.J. McCarthy falling, but 2 receivers off the board, is Tennessee going to pass on Rome Odunze at number 7? Because Alt is off the board and those 2 receivers are off the board. I don't think Atlanta would take Odunze because their last 3 first-round picks have been skill position guys in Kyle Pitts, Bijan Robinson, and Drake London. So for those of us who dream of Odunze to the Bears at 9, Tennessee needs to pass on him, and someone needs to not trade up to Atlanta to take a wide receiver. That's the 2 variables that are left.
I think that's true. And if Tennessee were to pass on Odunze at 7, then Atlanta would need to sell to these other players, these other teams, that they would take Odunze. Because if you're jumping up there, they're not going to take McCarthy. You know?
No, but someone would be jumping up just because they think the price point to get him at that, that hopefully there would be multiple teams bidding on him would be the idea.
Well,
right?
I think if you're the Bears at 9 and Atlanta at 8, you're hoping that McCarthy is there so you can negotiate with both the Vikings, who sit at 11, and Denver, who sits at 12, in trying to get them to give you as much as possible to jump up to take McCarthy at 8 or 9 before somebody else does.
Yeah, I think this is the Giants. They could say we're going to stay with Daniel Jones, right, guys?
They did,
and just say, okay, let's
yep.
Try to get a receiver or somebody. I get that, but I'm just looking here at my value chart, and it wouldn't cost Minnesota or Denver, who need quarterbacks, a whole lot. If the
Minnesota can definitely do it.
Yeah.
Denver doesn't have a second-round pick this year, so they would need to give up next year's first probably at this point. But
I just want to say that Minnesota might think they can sit there at 11 and get McCarthy. The Bears have to hope that Sean Payton and the Broncos get aggressive and come to them if that's what they want to do.
I just need Tennessee to pass on Odunze. Just pass on Odunze. Atlanta won't take him, and we should be home free. We will be back to give you an update on the Titans pick, start previewing heavily the 9th overall pick options. We'll hear more from Caleb Williams. We're live in Detroit. We got reporters all over the place. It's the Parkins Spiegel Draft Special live on The Score.
Breaking Bears news. Caleb Williams is now a Chicago Bear, and Ryan Poles gets his quarterback.
With the first pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams, quarterback, Southern California.
Keep listening to The Score as we continue wall-to-wall round 1 coverage. This is Chicago's draft headquarters. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score in Odyssey Sports Station.
Breaking news on 670 The Score is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Join us as a
Keep listening as we continue to follow round one of the NFL Draft. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you by your local Hyundai dealers. This is where Chicago goes to talk Bears Draft. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score, an Odyssey sports station. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago.
The Score!
We're back with more of the Parkins Spiegel Show Draft Special, featuring Dave Wunstead and Patrick Manley. Brought to you by ChevyDriveChicago.com and the #1 draft pick, Chevy Silverado, the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears.
This is getting very real, folks. The Tennessee Titans have selected J.C. Latham, tackle from Alabama. So Rome Odunze is on the board, and Atlanta presumably will not be taking Rome Odunze. Obviously, they could, but they have used first-round picks on skill position guys each of the last 3 years.
They've got Kyle Pitts, they've got Drake London, they've got Bijan Robinson.
Obviously, you need a ton of weapons. They just spent a ton of money on Kirk Cousins, but this feels like a spot where Odunze could be there for the Bears at 9. J.J. McCarthy is on the board. Odunze is on the board. Brock Bowers is on the board, and no defensive player has been taken.
We heard earlier today that the Bears were open for business and that the Rams, among others, were looking to get into the top 10. Pat Manley, how would you feel if the Bears traded out of number 9?
I'm fine with it. That's what I would like them to do. I've seen too many good second-round picks that I've played with turn out to be, cornerstone players for the Bears. So whatever they can trade back and get, I don't know what that is, but adding more picks to me is important. I would do it because I think there's enough guys on my draft board or my thoughts of walking in and helping out this Bears team that I think a couple more picks or one more pick or whatever is going to happen with it, if they do that, is definitely worth it.
I look at this. This is what I think is going on from my experience. Ryan Poles is sitting there now saying, do we want to swap with Atlanta? Do we want to go up there? It's about 50 points. That might be a 5th or 6th round pick. Is he that important? If he is the guy we want, let's get him and go home. If he's not, now I'm on the phone right now to Vegas. I'm on the phone right now to Minnesota and Denver. And those picks value-wise would be anywhere between 100 to 200 points, which is a 3rd-round pick. So if they would trade with any of those 3 teams, they would most likely pick up a 3rd, okay? And you better be ready for that, because if they're sitting there and they're thinking that Odunze is going to be there and he's not, now you got to pick somebody. And or trade down. And we've been in that situation a lot. We said, we'll just trade down. Well, guess what? At the end, everybody says, we don't want your pick. We're going to sit. So you better be ready to pick somebody. So I think there's a lot going on right now there in that war room. I know there is with the Bears. Do we jump up one for basically nothing? Is he that valuable to our team?
Interesting.
Or do we sit and wait it out? Or we're on the phone right now trying to work out a trade for a 3rd-round pick with one of those 3 teams, and if we have to get out, we're out and we're moving right now.
That's fascinating, Coach. And to your point, last year, that's what Philly did with the Bears. Mm-hmm. They moved up from 10 to 9, or from 9 to 8 to take Jalen Carter. Yep. Or no, it was 10 to 9. It was 10 to 9, and then the Bears ended up taking Jalen Carter. So it was a future 4th. They moved up 1 pick in this spot. I think the Bears are probably sitting very pretty at this point. Atlanta they've been a tough team to peg. A lot of people thought they would take, the top defensive player on the board. Some people even have been saying that they were a spot for a quarterback, even after the Kirk Cousins thing.
That strikes me as crazy to use a number 8 overall on a quarterback when you just signed Cousins.
There was gambling money on that earlier in the week and last week, but yeah, it wouldn't make any sense to me as well. You figure that they're trying to win double-digit games this year. Obviously, they're not going to be picking in the top 10 again for a while, so that would be the logic behind that. Get a premium quarterback prospect, do the Alex Smith Mahomes thing, have him sit behind a guy that you like in Cousins. But, yeah, you just gave him a $180 million contract with $100 guaranteed.
What Coach Wannstedt just detailed about the feelings in the draft room. Coach, tell us more about that. What do you think might be going on with Ryan Poles right now?
Well, they're holding their breath right now that somebody's not trading with Atlanta. If Odunze, that's what we don't know. how valuable is he? If they're saying there's no question that he's the guy, he's better than anybody else, because you can't be guaranteed, guys, that someone's going to trade up, that you're going to trade down. There's no guarantees of that. So if you like the guy that much, I would say go get him, and for basically nothing. Now, if you feel like there's some other possibilities, or somebody tells you if you want to trade, we'll give you a 3, then you can sit. If you got somebody's word on it that you trust, then you can sit and you can move with. You can do it with Minnesota. You could do it with Denver. You could do it with Raiders that all need quarterbacks. So that needs to be worked out right now.
Hey,
right
Coach,
now.
I'd suspect that both Denver and Minnesota have been on the phone with both Atlanta and the Bears.
Absolutely, 100%, 100%.
I mean, Vegas too.
I'm shocked that Atlanta didn't change. I'll see who they take, but if they take the edge rusher Dallas Turner, I will be disappointed that they didn't trade Don, because he's a good player, but I don't think he's the best one at that point.
Not a single defensive player off the board. Atlanta could have the first pick.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Michael Penix Jr.
Wow.
Whoa!
Washington.
There's the first one. We got the first shocker of the draft.
Yep.
They gave him $100 million guaranteed for him to train Michael Penix Jr.
He's going to play. Penix is going to sit, I guess.
I know he's going to sit,
I
and,
bet.
and maybe he sits for 2 years.
Hey, guys.
Yeah.
Smells funny.
Do you know one of the points that people, what they didn't like, obviously the 2 knee injuries with Michael, but the age. He's 24 years old. They said, do we want to get a guy that's that old? By the time, and now they got him behind Kirk Cousins. That's really interesting.
Is it possible there's a trade that's not announced here yet, or something in the works that this is a pick for Denver, or a pick for Minnesota? This is crazy to give $100 million to Cousins and then draft this guy who's old, as you say, Coach. It doesn't make sense to me at this point.
Well, we did that in '91. We drafted for Detroit. We took Calvin Pritchard with the 20th pick, and we were trying to trade out of it. And Wayne Fonts, the head coach at the time, couldn't get a hold of Mr. Ford. So Jimmy says, just tell me who you want, Wayne. Give me your word that we're going to make the trade, and you'll give us all these picks. We were trying to get out of number 1 because we had 2 of them. And Wayne says, you got my word. So we picked Calvin Pritchard. We drafted him. It's in the books, and then we traded him. So that I've been part of that.
Brian Baldinger called this actually on First and Pod. He said that he had been hearing that they were going to take Penix and that they loved the quarterback, and the logic was basically that they knew they were going to be good next year with Cousins, and they like their defense and their offense and now the QB, so they won't have a premium draft pick to go get the next quarterback for a while. So do the Jordan Love thing. Draft, obviously Kirk Cousins isn't Aaron Rodgers, but draft Penix, let him sit, let him learn, and they'll have their QB succession plan in a couple of years. Brian Baldinger called it on my podcast 2 weeks ago. That's crazy. And now, boys,
the Bears are on the clock.
The pick is in.
Rome is on the board.
Let's see if you get disappointed, Danny.
Let's go.
No, it has to be. Guys, there's nobody else, in our opinion, that has that value.
Yeah.
I mean, this has been the most heavily rumored teammate for Caleb Williams, the most heavily rumored pick.
Come on.
The betting lines have had it as well. The Bears pick is in, and we'll see who it is. But if it is Rome Odunze, that's incredibly exciting for the wide receiver core and for a long-term future with Caleb Williams.
Hey, by the way, you know what's fun is watching Danny right now. Danny, you look like a 10-year-old self right there, just so excited.
I mean, come on, man. Make the obvious pick. Listen, Rome Odunze flew to Detroit with him. Tanny, can I hear Rome Odunze from earlier today, please, talking about Caleb Williams?
Oh, it'd be great. I think it'd be a dynamic duo to start our careers off together, and that'd be something special for sure.
What are the conversations that you and Caleb have had?
We've just chopped it up about different situations, you know what I mean? We've worked out, just got better as players, and, it's not like we get to choose exactly where we want to go, so we're leaving a little room for whatever happens, but, we both agree on it being something special if that were to happen.
They've worked out together. Caleb Williams on Instagram a couple hours ago was posting about Rome Odunze's fit being clean. He worked out with Caleb Williams and DJ Moore and Keenan Allen.
You know who he reminds me of, guys, watching him all year, obviously, on the college stuff? Michael Irvin. I mean, this guy, think of Michael Irvin. Big, strong, physical, catches everything, right, back in the day. This guy has probably got the best hands or arguably the best hands of any receiver, and uses his body well and plays physical and carries the pads. He can play the X receiver. That is something. You can move around DJ Moore, and obviously Keenan Allen's a slot guy as it is, but this guy is an X receiver lined up outside. And
Coach, if they do this as a defensive coordinator, what does that do for you game planning against 3 receivers like that?
Well, you're going to have to. It puts a lot of pressure
Yeah,
on you. Obviously.
how hard is that?
Yeah, it's real hard.
Yeah.
It's real. I mean, they could have the 3 best receivers of anybody.
Yeah,
in the league.
It would be the best
arguably.
wide receiver trio in the NFL.
That's a heck of a wide receiver room right there.
Exactly. That's
It's probably not the best duo, but it would be the
In the
best
2024
trio.
NFL Draft,
there we go.
The Chicago Bears select Rome Odunze.
Yes!
Wide receiver, Washington.
There you go.
12-year-old Danny Parkins right there.
Man, all the years that I've worked with Danny, seeing him on the stump for Jamar Chase over Penei Sewell for that pick when the Lions were talking about what to do, all the years you have wanted a true number 1 wide receiver to be prioritized by a modern NFL team in the Bears.
How about
You
them?
got one in
Spags, how about them being on the same plane? Now, was that kind of a God sent? Is that
that's pretty cool.
Is that something? I mean, think about that. What's the
Oh my God!
They've known that it was a possibility, played against each other, really like each other, and are now ready. And I do think this is going to be the best wide receiver room in the NFL.
This is welcome to modern football, Chicago.
Agreed.
We finally have a GM who gets it. The point is to put the ball in the end zone. The defense wins championships. Okay, great. It's a thing of the past. It still matters, but you want to have a dynasty, you need to have a great quarterback. You want a great quarterback, you need to surround him with great weapons. Keenan Allen will not be here for that long. Rome Odunze and Caleb Williams lined up on the same rookie contracts timeline to hopefully form a dynamic 1-2, yes, Jamar Chase, Joe Burrow type of tandem for the next 8 years is a remarkable thing. This is a premium talent at a premium position on the offensive side of the ball. Thank you. Yes, yes, yes.
We have Rome Odunze talking about his Bears fan connections. Here's Rome.
Me watching this Devin Hester highlight, dude was going crazy, and I would watch that highlight probably over 1,000 times. And I was just so fascinated with it. My family wasn't watching football every Sunday. That's not really how we were. I don't even know what kind of drew me to that. At that age, I didn't know that my pops played football growing up, in high school either. So it was just I don't know. I guess something was in me that I just was kind of drawn to the sport. And he really inspired that, Devin Hester, in me just because, when you turn on his tape, it's boy,
right,
that Lil Wayne on the track, I was oh, boy, I got to do some of that.
First NFL jersey.
Ryan Urlacher, my auntie gave it to me, I think when I came out here to see the Chicago Air Show.
I have come to reclaim Rome for my people!
What a perfect night. This is so great.
His first
I
NFL
can't
jersey.
believe it.
Pat Manley, Rome's first NFL jersey was a Brian Urlacher, inspired by watching Devin Hester. How does that sound?
It's great. I mean, he's got a little Chicago Bear in him already, which is exciting. This is just, Danny, it was fun just to watch you react that way because I'm excited too. I mean, they're finally investing in the offense. That never happened when I was there. For almost 16, they never invested in the offense. This is fun, and you're right. The NFL has changed. I'm excited to see what these young guys can do. And now you have, talking to Coach here as a defensive coordinator, head coach, how do you plan for this attack of those 3 wide receivers and DeAndre Swift? That's going to be a nightmare. That's a hard week of work, isn't it, Coach?
Yeah, it makes DeAndre Swift's job a little easier. Yeah. I mean, really.
It makes Caleb Williams'
Yes.
job easier.
Yes.
That's the whole point.
Mm-hmm.
They are now delivering a nest to Caleb Williams that includes 2 veteran wide receivers who just went over 1,000 yards and a top 10 wide receiver pick who a lot of people think is the next A.J. Brown, a Cole Kmet and Gerald Everett and DeAndre Swift, and a really good defense and a capable offensive line. Coach, this has got to be – Matt Eberflus has got to be thrilled with this full assortment that he now has on both sides of the ball.
Absolutely. I mean, I go back to this, and I know Danny's giddy, and he should be giddy, but I look at this like it was the best player on the board. This guy was a legitimate top 10 player, and they took him. I mean, if there was, otherwise you're getting into trades and you're moving down, and you don't know who's going to be available and all that stuff. So they made a good decision, and I'm not going to go over the top as far as Danny is, but
who is, Coach?
Yes,
But
yeah,
no,
but hold on a second.
But the guy's a great player. He's the best player available. I mean, I would have drafted him too. You got to take him right there. You don't want to take anybody else at number 9.
He averaged 17.8 yards per catch on 92 catches with over 1,600 yards, 13 touchdowns. He had an 83-yard punt return touchdown. He had a 14-yard rushing touchdown. He was a team captain.
Yep.
I mean, this guy plays the X. He is a big-bodied receiver who apparently is a 10 out of 10 character guy. When he got to Washington, he looked up all of the Washington receiving yardage records, broke most of them, set that as a goal when he got on campus. Tough as hell, broke a rib and punctured a lung, recovering an onside kick, didn't leave the game. This dude is a baller. He wants to be Devontae Adams. That's the guy that he studies for his footwork and his ability to get open. He thinks that he's the best receiver in a class that has Malik Neighbors and Marvin Harrison Jr. There is nothing not to like about the prospect that is Rome Odunze.
He's complete.
Nope,
He's complete.
Absolutely. Michael Irvin.
It's a great name, Coach, and you coached with him. You saw it. I mean, Michael was big and could fight through some contact. Michael was fast enough, right? And on this one, I was reading Odunze had 28 contested catch opportunities. He caught 21 of them, which is an incredibly high number. So
and
he's strong.
Speaks. And you know what else, Danny? You always have to look at these skill guys. They run all these 4.3s and 4.4s and 4.2s. But what do they run when they put the pads on? And we used to say that about Michael all the time. Michael might be 4.55, but when Michael puts shoulder pads and helmets on and pants and all the gear, he runs 4.55, and that's what separates, in my opinion, the skill guys. And this guy he carries his pads, as we used to say, and that's a big deal. Some of these little scat guys can run fast, in their underwear, but you go out there and put shoulder pads on them, and all of a sudden they're a different guy.
Coach, I got a question for you. I'm going to bring it back to special teams. You talked about the 83-yard punt return. He's only had 3 in his career. But being the 9th pick, would you allow him to maybe earn the punt return job? Boy. If he's that special of a player? I'm sorry to put it that way, but I think the more time you can get the ball in a player's hands, that special.
All I would say is it wouldn't take him long to win the job.
Yeah, right.
With what we.
But would you be willing to do that? Or would you say, no, you are a wide receiver, I don't want you doing that, take that extra hit?
I would have him working back there. I would try to find somebody else to do it, but he would be out there early every day catching punts and being part of it and coming to special teams meetings and be a part of the plan.
Sure.
Well, regardless of what anybody thought or wanted, and Pat, I know you and I were both of the mind that it was totally cool to trade down, and I was cool to trade down even if Rome was there. But there's no way to not be excited about this because of who he is as a person, what we've heard about him, and we'll hear some of the stuff that we've heard from great guests over the past couple months of Pole's position.
People have to hear what Brock Hewitt had to say.
Oh,
about
my
him.
God, I thought Brock Hewitt was amazing talking about Odunze. Brock, who does
we won't give it away.
Pac-12 games, just phenomenal stuff that you'll hear on this show. But it's incredibly exciting to have them prioritize that. And have the room as stacked as it is at wide receiver.
I got to make one point, guys. How about this? So I did a couple shows earlier, and everybody's saying the odds are they're going to take a defensive tackle. Ryan Poles did a great job of and you know what I said? It's a joke. They're trying to get somebody to jump up ahead of them to take them. They got 2 good young defensive tackles. Billings played good. This kid's no top 10 pick. The kid out of Texas, he's a good player. Murphy, but please. I mean, but that was...
Yes, Coach, you're right. They prioritized offense over an interior defensive lineman. Thank God.
Well, no.
I don't know. See, Danny, I disagree. I disagree with Danny. They didn't prioritize that. I mean, if there was a great pass rusher there, if there was a Will Anderson there, now you're going to say he's prioritized.
That's the point, right?
If there's an offensive lineman there and that at least in my opinion, that I thought was the number 9 pick, then they're prioritizing him or a corner or whoever.
You're saying he's clearly the best player on the board.
Absolutely.
And Coach, all those defensive players, you don't love Dallas Turner.
No, I don't like him.
You don't love Byron Murphy. Yeah, and as you're talking about, you don't love Latu.
I love Latu, but you cervical. I mean, is he gonna pass your physical?
Mm-hmm.
Some teams will pass him, some teams won't. I like Verse, the guy out of Florida State.
Right, but he's not explosive enough to be.
Not the 9th pick. I
Pick.
take him 12, 13, 14. I would definitely take him.
So it's interesting. So, Danny, those trade down options, and then you're looking at, the 3rd tackle or the 4th tackle if you trade down, and they don't need the wide receiver, so it ends up logically leading here. You know what I keep thinking about? Remember when Ryan Poles traded for Chase Claypool, and Lord knows it didn't work, but what did he say? You know where I come from.
Yes.
You know where I
Good
come
point.
from. And that's Kansas City. And we knew then that when the time was right, he was going to be a guy who did value offense the way that modern NFL teams and organizations need to value offense.
We have a new quarterback in the NFC North. The Vikings and Jets have swapped picks. Minnesota moved up from 11 to 10 to select J.J. McCarthy from Michigan. So it's Jordan Love, Jared Goff, Caleb Williams, and J.J. McCarthy.
McCarthy, a smart quarterback, good in the pocket, now working with Kevin O'Connor. Kevin O'Connell. That could be an interesting combo in Minnesota.
312-644-6767. Hey, I'm going to give the Bears an A. They've won the draft. They have Caleb Williams and Rome
They had 2
Odunze.
picks in the top 10. They should win the draft. It wouldn't be that hard.
Yeah, well, A+, Pat.
Okay, I like it. All right, I like it.
A++.
All right.
A new QB wide receiver tandem for the next 8+ years. QB for hopefully about 20. This is an amazing day for the Bears. We want to hear from you. You will hear Brock Heward on Rome Odunze. It is the Parkins and Spiegel draft special with Wanstead and Manley right here on The Score.
Breaking Bears news. Caleb Williams is now a Chicago Bear, and Ryan Poles gets his quarterback.
With the first pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams, quarterback, Southern California.
Keep listening to The Score as we continue wall-to-wall round 1 coverage. This is Chicago's draft headquarters. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score, an Odyssey sports station.
Breaking news on 670 The Score is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Attention Chicagoland car buyers, save big at Haugh.
catapults it down the field. Odunze's alone.
Back shoulder, Odunze walled this man off for another Washington touchdown.
Launching for the end zone. Forget being patient. Odunze! And Washington takes the lead.
With the 9th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Rome Odunze, wide receiver, Washington.
All right, thank you, Rome. You just caught balls from quarterback Caleb Williams just last week. How excited are you to play with him?
I'm thrilled. You know, I got to watch him play from across the sideline, and I know how special he is, so I'm so excited to get to work from day one and go do something special.
What has this Bears staff done to create a foundation for success right away in Chicago?
I think they've been building it for a little bit now, and when I visited with them, you know, they're determined, they're tenacious, and I think I can get along well with them. So they've been doing it for a while. I'm just another piece to the puzzle.
All right, congrats, Rome. Happy for you.
Thank you. Go Bears.
We're back with more of the Parkins Spiegel Show Draft Special, featuring Dave Wunstead and Patrick Meneley. Brought to you by ChevyDriveChicago.com and the #1 draft pick, Chevy Silverado, the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears.
I am still in shock hearing that, on how well this has broken for the Bears and those of us who believe that you need to outscore your opponent in order to win. It's truly a remarkable, remarkable day. It's the Parkins and Spiegel Draft Special live from Detroit, and I got to imagine, Coach and Pat, that Aurelio's is tasting even better now.
Well, if we'd ever be able to eat any, the rest of the staff here keeps eating it. I'm sitting here behind the microphone. They keep walking over there and eating it all. But no, seriously, special thanks to Aurelio's Pizza. It's darn good. I love it during pre and post game show. You know they're 65 years young. 65 years young.
Are you reading? We're supposed to read a commercial?
No, I got it, Coach. I got it. All right. Just to let you know, you can order from any of Aurelio's 37 locations. You can also visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. And like I said, they're celebrating 65 years. It's the sauce.
It's the sauce. Hey,
Yeah,
Danny.
go ahead, Coach.
No, just to piggyback on what Danny said. I mean, the way this has fallen, absolutely. But Ryan Poles, you know, what you got to appreciate about Ryan, he gets it. He said, hey, you know, we've done a good job, but the opportunities have been unreal that presented themselves. And it really goes back to Lovie Smith beating whoever they beat for the Bears to get the #1 pick. Think about that.
Yeah,
I mean, the stars have been aligned correctly, and that has to happen. And for people to stick their head in the stand and don't want to admit it, I mean, Ryan Poles talked about it. I give him a lot of credit for that. And the same thing with today, what you just said, Danny. I mean, things fell perfectly for the Bears.
We went over that earlier in the show, Coach. I mean, they had to convert a 4th and 10 on that drive, a 4th and 20 on that drive. Davis Mills had to get a 2-point conversion on that drive for the Texans to beat the Colts. Then the Panthers had to be the worst team in the league for the Bears to get this pick. A truly remarkable run of events.
Yeah, David Tepper had to overrule Frank Reich and others to make sure they got Bryce Young instead of C.J. Stroud, you know? So it is a remarkable, remarkable turn of events. Guys, at the top of the hour, you'll be able to enjoy some Aurelio's. Top of the hour, Rami Makloff and Hub Arkish will be in on the score, following us, Parkins and Spiegel, with his special draft show. And they'll keep rolling with phone calls. They'll also have audio for you of Caleb Williams, audio for you of Rome Odunze, and of course, and Ryan Poles. And then, of course, tomorrow, the full broadcast day with all of us right back here after a historic night in the Bears draft. That's for damn sure. Rome Odunze is a badass of a wide receiver.
312-644-6767.
You know what I'm excited for? Or not to cut you off, Danny, but a thought just came to mind.
Bring it, Coach.
I can't wait to go up to an OTA practice and actually see what they're going to do on offense. You know, I mean, really. I mean, and I know that sounds oversimplified for people listening, but I mean, is it going to be a 3 wide receiver offense? We got a couple good tight ends, or is it going to be multiple? It's going to be real interesting because now Shane, the offensive coordinator, he does have some choices.
Yeah, he likes 12 personnel and 13 personnel usually with a lot of tight ends. But when they're in 11 personnel with the 3 wideouts, let's go, baby.
This is going to be very – yeah, I mean, Jackson Smith-Njigba did not love how little he was used when they had Lockett and Metcalf.
That's okay, but we're talking about the weaponry and the pressure it puts on a defense, like Pat and Coach were talking about earlier.
These are high-class offensive problems, something that Chicago has not had in a long, long time. She's been waiting patiently. She's our de facto producer. We call her Ashley. Coach calls her Leslie.
Thank you, Leslie.
Ashley, welcome to the Parkins Spiegel Draft Special.
Let's go, guys. This is so exciting. It's better than being a kid on Chris this morning. So excited. We're stacked.
Isn't it amazing? Stacked
so
on
awesome.
offense.
I mean, I was born in July of '86. Never been around for a Super Bowl for the Bears. I'm so excited.
All right. Thank you, Ashley Leslie. Thank you so much for staying up with us.
There's an O-line as well, right?
Yeah, there
on
is,
the offense,
right?
Yeah, that's important as well.
Well, we got an all-rookie right tackle.
Hey, man,
Okay,
Pat,
I'm just asking. I'm just throwing it out there.
Thank you.
Ryan Bates is the center, right? I mean, Ryan Bates is the center. I'm not thrilled with that. But, it's not like but they'll probably take a center in this draft later, don't you think, Pat?
Yeah, and/or guard. I mean, Tevin Jenkins is going to be up, right? After this year?
Up after this year.
And injured a lot. Nate Davis has been injured while he's been here. So I still have questions about what's up front. But I trust Ryan Poles, like we talked about earlier. He's earned my trust. He knows how to scout, and I think he's doing the right thing. And he's wanted Bates for a while now, 2 years? So maybe he's the guy. Maybe he knows how to use him.
You know a good time to draft a guard? With the 29th pick in next year's draft.
Yeah, but what about this year?
They'll be fine. Caleb will run
The way
around.
you were celebrating, are we going to the Super Bowl this year?
I mean, they're double-digit wins, man.
No.
I will take that. I will take that.
Me too. Me too.
An interior lineman later in this draft, Pat, whether it's Tanner Bartolini, somebody like that, somebody from
just
deeper
keep
in the
throwing
center
names.
range.
You don't know.
I like the center from West Virginia, Spigs.
Oh, Frazier?
Yeah, he won't be there.
Yeah, no, he'll be gone. But, the
He's
Bears,
good, though.
top 10 picks for the Bears over the last 25 years. Mitch Trubisky, Kevin White.
So hold on, guys.
Benston.
9 picks next year, right?
9 picks.
9 picks.
Next year.
What about drafting a center for Caleb Williams? Using some of those picks to get up and grab one.
You bet. Well, we'll see what
Sure.
they need.
Sure.
That's why I didn't want to trade up in this draft and give up future stuff. I mean, you're going to need. You've got 2 seconds next year. That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
You'll be able to use them to try to perfect your roster, ideally after a 10-win playoff season.
And don't lose sight of this. Let's just say that I don't know, second round. We're into the second round, and and if people are still calling, even though we don't have a pick, everybody's calling. Or Ryan Poles gets on the phone and says, "Hey, we'll give you a 2 and whatever next year for year 2 this year." And now you go out there and you grab my guy is Jackson Powers Johnson, the kid from Oregon. This guy's old and crude, but 300 pounds today. Bring him in, put him at center. He's going to start for you for 10 years and go to the Pro Bowl.
You're getting gluttonous, Coach. They're not going to be able to get him.
I wish they had ammo to do it, Coach.
This guy's a beast. I love this guy.
They have it. If they're sold on him, they could do it. But would you want them to do that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Poles, to your point, Pat, really he tried to get him a couple years ago. I think he's got his guys on offensive line. I think he believes in Bates. Not that he won't draft one in the later rounds, but I think that the starting offensive line for this year is Braxton Jones, Tevin Jenkins, Ryan Bates, Nate Davis, and Darnell Wright. For people who don't know as much about Rome Odunze, Brock Heward is one of the top analysts in college football. He's a Washington Husky alum. He's based out west. He does national games, but he also does a lot of Pac-12 games because of where he's based geographically. He did the Pac-12 championship game. He was on the Parkins and Spiegel show for Pole's position a couple of weeks ago. This is what he said about Rome Odunze.
Rome Odunze, you're talking about, and I'm super biased with this because I'm an alum and I'm wearing my little Husky hat for you today. Figured we would talk a little Husky football.
Yeah.
Rome is on my gold medal, silver medal, bronze. He's on my medal stand of being one of my favorite Huskies ever. Over the last 20-some years or close to it of covering sports, of being in the media and doing all that, just watching all these guys, having football camps back up in the Pacific Northwest, watching him around friends, watching him, frankly, in our building. We had a charity event around the holidays called Holiday Magic, and he and a number of the Husky guys came in the building and just blew everybody away. Selfless, humble, appreciative, and then as a football player, man, he's just phenomenal. So I think more and more, the longer I'm in this, guys, the longer I do this, and this is a really cool segment that you guys do. We do a draft preview the entire month leading up to the draft as well. It's a fun segment for me because I'm on the road. I see these guys. I sit in meetings. I feel like I get closer to them, and I'm able to actually bring all that fun stuff from the road to my radio show and in the mornings in Seattle. And Rome's off the charts, man. That would be a home run. I think if you're a Bears fan, you're hoping that he ends up still being on the board when pick number 9 does come.
Man, that's quite the endorsement. I agree that the longer I'm in this business, at a different realm of it than you, I don't know football the way that you know it, but like the quality of person, the quality of character, the effort, the commitment to it, the love of the game, that stuff, it matters a ton. And that's what we don't know. So that's what we're asking. And for you, that's off the charts with Rome, it sounds like.
I mean, you just can't be, really, you can't be better. And it's not phony. It's not disingenuous. Got a good friend of mine that's a captain of a fishing boat. He was a Seattle Fire Department captain forever and ever. Cool article was written on this a couple of weeks ago in the Seattle Times newspaper. And they did a fundraiser for the Huskies as well, kind of an NIL fundraiser. And it was Fish with the Husky. And Rome ended up on my buddy's boat. And Captain Tom was like, I don't know if I've met a better young man. And he had such a blast fishing. He'd never done it before. He absolutely loved it and said, "Hey, Captain, do you mind if I bug you again sometime in the summer? I'd love to come out and do it again." And usually, if that happens, you never get a call back or a text back. And sure enough, a couple months later, he texted and said, "Hey, man, this is Rome. Would love to come out on the water again. It's such a blast the last time around." And so he made just lifelong friends with those fishermen. And that's just the kind of guy he is, man. He's magnetic. He's real. He's genuine. And that's all the traitsy stuff off the field.
It's incredible stuff on the personal, the character, the kind of things we can't see on tape, the kind of things we can't read stats about from Brock Ewart, who knows him.
What do you guys think?
Building a locker room as well. That's what I hear there. You got to build from inside out. You got to build culture in the locker room. I think culture's real, Coach. I think you would agree with that you've got to have guys that, want to be there. Like I talked earlier, my question is, does Caleb love football? And it sounds like he does, but you'll find out once he gets to the pros and all the extra hard work that goes into it. And it sounds like Rome does as well, but I think he's building a nice culture and guys that love football and want to go to Hallis Hall and work every day. And I think that's important. You don't want guys that want to show up late, leave early, and all that kind of stuff, and people talk about it, but I think that's important.
Yeah, I think, and I don't want this to be taken the wrong way, because Caleb's, I think, going to be great and fine, but I think that Rome will be a good influence on Caleb. I mean, just if nothing else, just reeling it in from all the attention maybe that Caleb gets. And as I said 4 times already, and we've repeated it, keeping the main thing the main thing. This could be a very good deal on the field and off the field, these two guys teaming up.
Pat, what were you thinking about, man? You had a theory?
No, I just wondered if Ryan Poles, knowing all along that he was going to take Caleb Williams, did he go to him and say, "Hey, man, who do you like? Who would you like to play with? What do you know of these guys? What would be a player you want to play with?" And it's interesting they were on the same flight and all that kind of stuff. But
working out together.
Yes,
working out together.
Yeah, I know.
Pat.
And I'm sure we'll find out in time, but is that a question you would ask a rookie coming in? No, I know it's a first-round pick and the quarterback, but is that something you would ask? And that'll be interesting to find out. Did he have any, opinion on who he wanted, and did that sway Ryan Poles at all?
It's a great question because as the draft has evolved, as college athletics has evolved with NIL, you've got a more empowered
It's a little bit like AAU basketball.
Yeah, right. You've got a more empowered group of young players than ever before, and there were some fears that some of these guys were going to try and upset the entire draft system, and that didn't happen, and Caleb didn't pull a power play of any kind. But when you show them that you actually think their opinions matter, for young players, sometimes that can have a really good effect as you're trying to make sure that everything's comfortable. So I don't know. It'll be an interesting thing to find out. For anybody who does not know, I think it's important to say that Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze didn't just take that flight. As Tom Pelissero had reported, Odunze caught footballs from Caleb Williams while Keenan Allen and DJ Moore were there as well. So they all worked out together. All 3 wide receivers and Caleb worked out this week together. So
they telegraphed it so much, I can't believe it actually happened.
Right, it's
like,
amazing.
It's such good fortune that Tennessee took the second tackle, that no one traded up with Atlanta to 8 to take him.
That Atlanta took a quarterback.
Took a quarterback.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
When you think about it, I haven't seen that coming. You would have needed the trade up for a quarterback maybe for Atlanta not to take him. Well, it's amazing, and it was telegraphed, and here they are. Yesterday, Caleb Williams was asked, Pat, and was asked Coach who we'd want as a 9 pick, and he had mentioned Rome Odunze. He also mentioned the tackle, Olu, his old teammate from high school.
Olu Fashanu,
But he's got to be excited. Coach, Caleb has to be excited to have this guy to throw to among everybody else now.
Absolutely. No question. I mean, I think that goes unsaid, and that goes a long way. You know, I mean, they're both going to be excited. They'll be calling each other, hey, what time you getting there? You know, when you get into Chicago, where are you going to stay? I wouldn't be surprised if these 2 guys don't live together. You know, I mean, all of a sudden
I was wondering the same thing.
Matt,
Yeah.
I mean, get something and team up early and see what happens. You know, we were talking that trade thing about the Bears in Atlanta. I didn't realize this, but the Vikings trade went up 1 pick with the Jets to get J.J. McCarthy. You know,
I shared that.
It was exactly what we were talking about. So we sat there and it fell right for us, guys. It really did.
So the picks since, and I know they're updated on all of our video stuff. Great, Connor O'Donnell and Kevin Lapka, the unsung heroes of this entire operation.
Well, you just sang him.
Yeah, but after Rome Odunze, J.J. McCarthy to the Vikings, Olu Fashanu to the Jets at 11. Denver took Bo Nix
Sat
at
right
12.
there and waited for a quarterback to fall and took whichever one was there.
And Brock Bowers goes to Vegas at 13 overall.
Folks, the first time in the history of the NFL draft, 5 quarterbacks in the top 10 picks. And then the 6th quarterback goes to Sean Payton at 12. Is it an insane overvaluing of taking a stab at the position?
We haven't seen a defensive player taken. There's been no defensive player taken in the first 13 picks of the draft.
So what is it, 19 offensive players, the most ever, right?
Yes.
Taken in the first round? It
Yes.
looks like it's going to be the over, yeah.
Yeah, because there's Brian Thomas is a lock, and then we got quite a few more offensive linemen that are projected to go in the first round. And I think Xavier Worthy is going to go in the first round as well.
Yeah, I said 10. I didn't think it would go this far before a defensive guy, you know? But I said 10 earlier today on about 2 or 3 shows.
So, I mean, it's amazing. We're already down here at 13, and it's just it's exciting. What would you do to try and feed this relationship of Rome and Caleb more? You know, or do you just let the chips fall with this roster of very talented people as they look forward to this season, guys?
I think when they walk in the locker room as rookies, they're tied together at their hip for the rest of their Bears career. It's just that way. I remember going down to Hallis Hall. You know, we'd put us in the basement at Hallis Hall. Team Edmonds put us down there, and we all felt like we were all – I don't know if they still do that because it's a little different configuration, but you all felt tied together. So I don't think you have to do anything. You know, they already have their relationship pre-draft. I think now it even kind of solidifies it, makes it even closer now that they're just already there, which is kind of cool that they want to go out and arguably be the best tandem in the NFL. You know, there's some people they're going to compete against, quarterbacks and receivers they're going to compete against, but I think they're already tied together just because they're 2 top 10 picks, and we're going to put the pressure on them to, you know, change the franchise.
So you, Rami Makloff and Haugh are coming up in 15 minutes. They will have reports. You'll hear from Ryan Poles, and they will be the first ones for you to hear the Caleb Williams back and forth with the Chicago media. This is from the Take the North podcast. Caleb Williams talking Rome Odunze.
Well, before I got to know him, he was, I don't know if I can personally, he was kicking our ass on October, I think it was, when we played him. And it was not enjoyable then. But to be around him and hang out with him here, combines and all the other stuff that we've done, being around each other, it's been really fun to be able to work with him. Possibly, you know, if that happened, would be an honor for me and a pleasure. I know the type of athlete and player he is, and also, you know, being around him, you know, since combine, really, the type of person he is. So it'll be awesome.
Boy, that's great stuff. That's Caleb Williams talking about the man who is now his teammate, Rome Odunze, from the Take the North podcast. Our guys, David Haugh and Dan Wiederer.
And the Bears have just sent out a video like seconds ago of Caleb in like a back room of the draft as he's doing all the media stuff, pulling away and watching a video of the Bears' 9th pick coming in and it being Rome and him having a pretty big celebration.
That's awesome.
So they are obviously going to be very, very thrilled to play together.
And to your point, Pat Manley, a texter points it out, and I go back and look, and it's absolutely true. The Texans took Tank Dell in round 3 after talking to C.J. Stroud. And C.J. Stroud had told the Texans, you know, I love how Tank Dell runs routes. I love how you run routes. I love how you play football, is what they had texted to each other. So there's a team last year taking C.J. Stroud's opinion into account.
Great poll.
Yeah, so that's a great call by the texter and a really a smart way to do modern NFL drafting.
That's pretty awesome what Caleb did. I mean, think about this. He's the first pick of the draft. You're taken by the Bears. You're in the press room. Everything is going on. Can you imagine what's going through his mind right now? I can't. None of us can. And he steps away to go to the TV to see who the Bears are going to take at 9. That's maturity. You know, I mean, that's it truly is. That's pretty. I mean, that's something that probably gets overlooked, but that's pretty impressive to me that the guys that educated on what's going on and knows how important that pick was, that he's going to go and check it out. That's cool. That's really cool.
I got a thought on that you know, this is maybe over the top, but I'm going to bring in golf, but like Tiger Woods was ready for the moment, right? Is Caleb that guy that he's ready for this moment to take on the franchise, the city, all the responsibility of being a teammate, you know, just all the stuff around him? That's a big comp to put there, but the way when Tiger Woods walked into the golf world and said hello world or whatever, and went on to handle everything the right way with the media and be an ambassador for the game, has Caleb been trained the same way through his family, through his upbringing, and maybe with the NIL that he's been receiving money already?
Yep.
He gets to walk into the NFL and says, hello world, I'm ready to do this. I'm already a pro.
That's a fun comp, Pat. Like that is really fascinating, and I'm mad that I didn't think of it.
I had to bring up golf. I had to bring up golf.
No, for sure.
We're in a town where we've talked about who can follow Jordan and the Bulls' legacy for decades, and the conversation always ended up saying it had to be somebody who wasn't afraid of it, somebody who just wanted it head on, and this kid has wanted it head on. He wanted something like this.
He said he woke up today and it felt like a normal day. Like, this is a guy who the spotlight is not going to be too bright. He just doesn't seem to have that in him. And, you know, I heard that Ryan Poles was pretty pissed that Jalen Johnson said that Caleb was Hollywood, because he felt like it was just like misconstrued in those comments on Up and Adams from Caleb's perspective. Not that Jalen was taken out of context. Like, this guy grew up in D.C. and chose to play college football in Norman, Oklahoma because of the coach. And then he followed the coach to Hollywood because he thought that coach was the best coach to get him to pros. This is not a guy who is in movies, and yes, he takes on endorsement deals, but he also has a charity foundation that he set up when he was 21 years old about bullying and that sort of behavior. So it's not – I'm not saying that there is not going to be a Hollywood component to him. He likes fashion. He's not afraid of criticism. He's online and all of those sort of things. He's a different kind of cat, but he's not afraid of the spotlight. Like, he's very comfortable in it, but he doesn't seem to really seek it out. There are not a bunch of pictures of him at Nobu in L.A. or, like, partying with celebrities. That doesn't really seem to be his speed.
All that stuff, though, like, I don't mind that Jalen's saying that or that people have tweeted stuff in the past few weeks or whatever. Pat, you were talking about earlier, and Coach, want to ask you, if you got a problem with a player or if somebody rubs you the wrong way, as long as they play their ass off and they're your teammate and they're playing hard and they're caring, like, that stuff doesn't matter as much, right?
No, it doesn't, and I don't have a problem with Jalen. I mean, Jalen's an all-pro player. You know, he made the Pro Bowl. He got a big contract. If you know, how many of those guys do the Bears have on their team? Let's not lose sight that this is, if not the youngest team, I think the second youngest team in the whole National Football League, right? So Jalen is kind of feeling his I don't know what the term
His
is.
place on this
Yeah,
team.
you know, that I'm the veteran guy. I'm getting the big money. I was at the Pro Bowl. I'm going to say what I want. I'm going to kind of let these rookies know that that we're business here, and I don't have a problem with that. That's okay.
Coach, Pat, thank you so much for being with us for the second straight year on these Parkins and Spiegel draft specials. You guys give us a credibility and an expertise that is just invaluable. We're thankful to have you as teammates on these shows and here at The Score. You are the absolute best. We are able to do these things because of our terrific sponsors. Draft coverage on The Score presented by ChevyDriveChicago.com, the #1 draft pick Chevy Silverado, the official truck partner of the Chicago Bears. And, of course, thank you to Aurelio's and everyone out here at Buffalo Wild Wings in Detroit. Mitch Rosen, our fearless leader, Shane Reardon, our executive producer, Chris Tannehill making us sound better than we are each and every day. Of course, our guy, Ryan Porth, Connor O'Donnell, and Kevin Lapka, who made the digital broadcast seamless. Absolutely fantastic work. It looks great on X and Twitch and YouTube. You guys are amazing. Robbie Triano, Leo Stadaher, excellent work. It's been amazing to be here for a truly historic day in the Bears franchise that hopefully sets them up for literally decades, plural, to come. It is not over. You will hear from Caleb Williams. You will hear from Rome Odunze. You will hear from Ryan Poles. You will hear from Rami and Hub. For Matt Spiegel, I'm Danny Parkins. Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze are Chicago Bears. Offensive football coming to the lakefront. It's Parkins and Spiegel draft special from Detroit on The Score.
Thanks, God.
That's it. All right, guys. Didn't mean to bother you.
Breaking Bears news.
The Bears have their first round picks.
With the first pick, the Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams.
And
with the 9th pick, the Chicago Bears select Rome Odunze.
Keep listening to The Score as we continue wall-to-wall round one coverage. This is Chicago's draft headquarters. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score, an Odyssey sports station.
Breaking news on 670 The Score is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
You need reliable appliances to help you conquer your day. And Menards offers a variety of appliances for every part of your home. Criterion has refrigerators,